Hello? Hello? Couple of little technical difficulties, but oh, hello?
Okay.
No mic.
What I might do is just get you back to a regular. Yeah, just have them over that. Then what I'll.
It's deciding to work. We're having technical difficulties. We'll see how long this lasts.
Just leave that in case we die again.
Just before we get started with game one for day two, our Pacific Invitational and our host leagues, Brisbane City Rollers and Sunstate Roller Derby, would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land upon which we stand, the Yuggera and Turrbal people, and we wish to pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge the contemporary Queensland Aboriginal community who have survived invasion and dispossession and continue to maintain their identity. Indigenous rights. We lost a word or two in there. We will get through this as we do every other day of tournaments.
Whenever I turn this one on, that one cuts out. It looks like you can't have two.
So, this is a fun situation. The issue appears to be that when mic 1 is turned on, mic 2 stops working. I'll just keep on yapping for a minute to go through our teams. First we have... Okay, it's time to derby, so maybe we just wing it. We'll just play past the talking stick. No. No. Oh, I'm back. We have Invader Scrim, a lead jammer for Adelaide Roller Derby in this first jam. And that is Beats jamming for Sunstate, completing initial pass. Invader Scrim calling the jam though after picking up 2 points for Adelaide. This is fun. We're having a great time over here. Looks like Trinket out on the jammer line for Adelaide up against Shortstop for Sunstate. And Trinket is through for lead for Adelaide. Shortstop still looking for an exit from the pack and finds one with some fancy 1-foot footwork around the inside apex. Trinket calls the jam, picking up 3 points for Adelaide, taking them to a total of 5. Looks like one snuck in there for Sunstate, opening their account. Alrighty, we have... I'm having trouble seeing. Yes, that is Booty jamming for Sunstate, and I think it might be Mad Squirrels Mills for Adelaide, who has picked up a lead jammer. And that is another jam gold. Looks like points going both ways. Looks like we got Adelaide on 9 to Sun State 3. Do you want to do one? We have Beats back out on the jammer line for Sun State, and that is Alice Dawkins for Adelaide. And Beats is through for lead jammer. Alice Dawkins completing initial pass. But Sun State calling the jam. 2 points there for Sun State, taking our scores to 9 versus 5. We tentatively have 2 mics working. No. No, I've been. Oh, no. I'm back. Hey, we have shortstop jamming for Sun State and up against Rage Ruthless for Adelaide. And shortstop through for lead jammer for Sun State. Rage Ruthless still looking for that initial pass. And that is 4 points for Sun State. Our score is currently tied, 9 points apiece. That is Invader Scrim on the jammer line for Adelaide. And that is Booty for Sun State, who picks up lead jammer. And Scrim is through for initial pass as Booty comes into the back of the pack for a scoring pass. Choosing to call the jam. Is there any points?
No.
And that looks like, oh no, a couple of last minute points being delivered there. We have a 2-point jam there, taking Sun State to 11, Adelaide on 9. That is, looks like Alice Dawkins up against Beats for Sun State on the jammer line. Beats getting sent out of bounds to the inside, but they have been awarded lead. Alice Dawkins pushing up at the front of the pack, stuck on a 2-wall of Director of Mayhem and Indigo Fury, but through for initial pass. Beats deciding to call that jam. And I believe that one will be no points going anywhere. Got Trinket on the jammer line up against shortstop. They're very angry. And short stop through around the inside apex, picking up lead jammer for Sun State. And Trinket also finding a way out of the pack to complete initial pass. Short stop calling off the jam. There was a beautiful synchronized ref call there on Migusa, sending a Sun State blocker to the bin, giving Adelaide a very slight pack advantage coming into this next jam. Love a synchronized ref call. Okay, that looks like Mad Squirrels Mills up on the jam line for Adelaide, and that is Booty for Sun State. And Booty is through for lead jammer. Mad Squirrels Mills having to contend with a solid tripod of Sun State defense there of Rutland Bones, Indigo Fury, and Bloody Laces. Booty sneaking through the inside line for 4 points as Mad Squirrels Mills completes initial pass. Booty calling off the jam. Taking our scores, Sun State 20, Adelaide on 9. I do have a companion here with me, and we are hoping to have 2 mics up and running sometime soon. Okay, we have Beats jamming for Sun State, and that is Rage Ruthless for Adelaide. And Beats is through for lead jammer for Sun State. Almost sent flying off the track by Easy Kill. Rage Ruthless through for initial pass. And Beats calls off the jam. Sun State 24 to Adelaide 9. 10 minutes into the first half. We have short stop lining up for Adelaide for Sun State, sorry. Up against Invader Scrim for Adelaide.
Good morning. I'm in.
You're in. Alrighty. Now we seem to have resolved our technical difficulties. We can focus more on the derby. Invader Scrim through for initial pass for Adelaide. As shortstop calls the jam.
Picking up all 4 points. 28 to Sun State and 9 to Adelaide.
Let's introduce ourselves. Now we have working microphones. I am Purple Rain.
I am Fanny. It's lovely to have you here.
We are currently in a team timeout for, I'm not sure who, honestly.
That is Adelaide.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Me? Why? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all the fun technical difficulties you have when you try something new.
Well, it was good. So. Yeah, turtles.
I'm the turtles jump.
Turtles all the way down.
And we are back from timeout.
That is Alice Dawkins on the jam line for Adelaide.
And that is Booty for Sun State.
Is it just back?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's in case because they're wireless.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And what do we have now? We've got a mush is what we have now.
Also known as two very strong walls.
Yes, but blending seamlessly into each other. But Alice Dawkins is through for lead jammer for Adelaide. Booty also completing initial pass. That is a cuddle puddle on the outside of the track there.
Yep, couple of spills.
Alice Dawkins also getting popped into the inside of the track.
A point apiece. Oh, but we have the Sun State jammer has been set in the penalty box at the end of that jam.
Both teams picking up 1 point apiece in that jam.
Power jam start for Adelaide.
And it is Trinket taking that power jam and through the lead. And Trinket through for 4 points.
I love the little sparkles around the skirt. You see them flying round.
Booty returning to the track from the penalty box. Booty is through for initial as Trinket picks up some points and calls the jam. But looks like maybe a last minute cut award?
I think so. Just looking for the hand signals now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it'll be a power jam start for shortstop. We have an official timeout now. We also have a Adelaide pivot in the bin as well as a Sun State blocker. So we're just a little thin on the ground in terms of who's on track at the moment. While we are in an official timeout, let's start going through some of these team lists. Playing for Adelaide this fine morning, we have 04 Ivy, 119 Trinket, 12 Alice Dawkins, 13 Lady Vengeance, 15 Dark Side of Doom, 22 Rage Ruthless, 2517 Easy Kill, 31 Victoria Bitter, 314 QT, 420 Bionic Mayhem, 43 Mad Squirrels Mills, 447 Invader Scrim, 52 Pinch Assault, 567 CC Slicer, 91 Ankle Grinder, and on the bench is Crafty, Jess, Truffles, and Tudo.
For Sun State, we have number 0, Beats, 007, Daisy Deathray, 06, Shortstop, 10, Director of Mayhem, sorry, 111, Rattling Bones, 2, Bloody Laces, 23, Indigo Fury, 6005, Megusa, 8, Brat, 86, Savage, 88 Squeals, and 91 Booty, with the bench crew consisting of Mr. Blightside, Tinkerhell, and Smash Mouse.
And this might be 100% accurate, but allegedly our officiating crew for this game is some combination of Frere, Doesn't Matter, Spanners, Maureen, Honey Badger, Mr. Fox, Mr. Grump, Hypodermic, Mercy, Donatello TR2, Nikita, Resting Bitch Pace, Biznix, Menace, The Revolution, and Kit Kat Crunch. Alrighty, we are back and live. We have Shortstop taking a power jam currently and picking up a lead with Trinket remaining in the penalty box from the previous jam. And Shortstop is through for 4 points. That is another very quick pass around the inside line there for a short stop for another 4 points. Meanwhile, Trinket has returned to the track from the penalty box.
Full complement of skaters back on track.
Trinket is through for initial pass. And that is a jam called. We have Adelaide 18 to Sunstate.
41.
Thank you.
Between us, we've got enough eyes.
That looks like Mad Squirrels Mills out on the jammer line for Adelaide.
Against Beats for Sunstate.
And that is Mad Squirrels Mills through for lead jammer for Adelaide. Mad Squirrels Mills coming back into the pack for a scoring pass. Beats still looking for an exit. Beats headed to the penalty box for a charging penalty. So this is now a power jam for Mad Squirrels Mills. Mad Squirrels Mills getting run back there by the Sunstate defense.
But making it out the front for 4 points. That was a twirl on the outside line there.
It was a very smooth pass there for Mad Squirrels Mills for another 4 points.
Delightful.
I feel like our scoreboard will be tightening up after this jam.
Could well be.
That is another 4 points for Mad Squirrels Mills. Meanwhile, Beats has returned to the track from the penalty box. And I feel like that jammer star has changed hands. That is now Squirrels. I love
And the
this. We've got
star
Mad
pass.
Squirrels Mills versus Squirrels.
Oh, yeah.
That is another 4 points for Mad Squirrels Mills. Squirrels coming into the pack for a scoring pass. That pack is getting long, but Squirrels is through for 4 points for Sunstate.
3 points picked up on that last pass for Adelaide.
But on the scoreboard, we are up to 4 points in it. We have Adelaide on 41 versus Sunstate on 45.
That's close.
Very close.
That's exciting.
Very exciting. And we have a Sunstate team timeout. While we're here, just a minute to shout out our tournament merchandise. Orders can be done through a t-shirt mill.
Plus, some of our leagues have brought merchandise with them as well. And you also have the opportunity to buy raffle tickets.
We have all kinds of fun prizes there. There is a Bont pack, there is a tattoo voucher, there is the ever-popular sexy box.
What else do we have? We've got fitness packs, party packs.
You can win a murder mystery party.
That sounds good. I like a mystery. Pet lovers pack for those of you with animals.
A fan pack for all you Derby fans.
And winter warmers, because it's getting cold. Now, the
And,
tickets are 1 for $5 or 5 for $20.
And that is timeout over.
Full complement of skaters taking to the track this time.
I always send someone to the bin when I say that, though.
Oh, sorry.
We have, I believe that's Invader Scrim lined up for Adelaide, and I think Booty for
Yes,
Sunstate.
it is.
And Booty is out the lead jammer.
Just saw an opening on the outside line and said, that is mine.
Vader Scrim still looking for an exit, but getting sent back by Bloody Laces. Adelaide coming in for some team offense, but now switching to a defense on Booty. Booty getting sent to the ground and deciding to elegantly call the jam like a trapped turtle.
As would I.
It is a very valid response.
So the score is now standing at Adelaide 41 and Sunstate 49. Still only single digits in it.
Yeah, very close. We have 12 minutes left of this first half.
Shortstop up for Sunstate.
And that is Trinket for Adelaide, who picks up lead jammer, but shortstop not far behind.
A point apiece, but someone heading to the box.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of ref yelling.
There we have someone going to the box. That is,
Brat.
thank you. My eyes were not functioning.
All right, that is Rage Ruthless out jamming for Adelaide and Beats for Sunstate. That pack is getting long, but Beats so close to freedom. Called lead, but on the floor, but also Easy Kill has gone to the bin, so Beats may be returned to track. And we've had a star pass to Victoria Bitter for Adelaide. Beats avoiding a hit from Lady Vengeance to stay on track and calls the jam after picking up 2 points.
Alice Dawkins for Adelaide up against
I think
shortstop.
that's shortstop, yeah.
A couple of blockers in the penalty box at the moment.
But Brat just returning to the track as Alice Dawkins picks up lead jammer for Adelaide. Shortstop, not very far behind though. That is jam called. Some jammer F maths happening there, but it looks like 3 points picked up for Adelaide, taking scores to 45 with Sunstate just ahead on 52.
Got to confirm how many people were passed on the outside before they got hit out. Important jammer ref maths.
It's like it's only counting to 4, but it's counting to 4 hard mode.
Yeah.
Okay, we have...
That's Beats.
That is Beats jamming for Sunstate up against Mad Squeals Mills for Adelaide.
Beats getting lead jammer.
Mad Squeals Mills through for initial pass. Beats calling off the jam in the process of getting removed from the track by pinch assault.
3 points picked up for Sunstate.
Now 10 points in it, 45 versus 55. That is shortstop lining up on the jammer line for Sunstate.
Against Invader Scrim for Adelaide.
Invader Scrim pushing at the front through the Sunstate pack with shortstop pushing at the back through the Adelaide pack. That
Invader
is
Scrim picking up lead jammer. A lot of mush again.
shortstop through for initial pass. Invader Scream going for some quick points, calling the jam. One quick point.
Yeah. Quick point singular.
So we're now at 9 points in it.
Just under 8 minutes left in this half.
I feel like this is setting the tone for what we can expect for the rest of this game. Just each team trying to chip away a little bit. That is Trinket on the jammer line for Adelaide and Beats for Sun State.
Both jammers almost to the front there. And Trinket jumping over the last legs to get out.
Beats also completing initial pass. That is a jam called.
3 points picked up by Sun State with that little hop on the apex.
Is that a little baby shankin?
It might be. Yes, 1 point picked up for Adelaide.
We've got 11 points in it now. Adelaide 47 to Sun State 58. That is shortstop out on the jammer line for Sun State up against Mad Squills at Mills for Adelaide. And shortstop through for lead jammer for Sun State. Shortstop sent down by CC Slicer on the inside apex there. Mad Squirrels Mills through for initial pass. Shortstop with the very graceful butt caller from the floor.
It's very hard to reach your hips if you end up face down. You
That's
gotta-
true. It's very
Like sidey.
behind you.
Yeah. Just make it obvious you're calling it.
That is Trinket back out on the jammer line for Adelaide and Beats back out for Sun State. Beats through for lead jammer. That was a very graceful way to get through the pack there by Trinket, but through they are for
works.
initial pass.
It did the job.
Beats calling the jam.
64 points now for Sun State to Adelaide's 47.
We're just under 5 minutes left of this first half. Good to see all you Adelaideans up and at them in the live stream chat. That is shortstop jamming for Sun State and running that outside line to pick up lead jammer. And that is Mad Squills Mills through for Adelaide.
Shortstop through the middle there, like blockers? What blockers?
Exactly.
It's like when you put two magnets with the same side to each other and they just
But they bounce away.
repel, yeah.
All right, that is Trinket back out on the jammer line for Adelaide. And
Beats for Sun State.
Bloody Lace is doing a good job of messing up the Adelaide tripod, but not finding a hole for the jammer. Beats coming around through the inside line to pick up lead for Sun State. But Trinket is through for initial for Adelaide.
With a little help from their friends, easy kill.
Beautiful little apex jump there by Beats to pick up 4 points for Sun State and cause the jam. Honestly, Beats has been doing some incredible apex jumps all weekend.
Yeah. I was just going to say something similar.
We have Sun State 72 to Adelaide 47. Time for a couple more jams in this half.
We're not allowed to say how many.
If we say how many, we'll get it wrong for sure. Alrighty, that is Mad Squirrels Mills through for lead jammer for Adelaide. Shortstop completing initial pass for Sun State. Mad Squirrels Mills calling the jam.
A bit of a sliding doors effect there in the middle. Got some points. Splitting open the back two blockers.
After the 3-point jam there, Adelaide sitting on 50 to Sun State 72.
So close. Still.
All right, that is Invader Scrim on the jammer line for Adelaide and Beats, I believe, for Sun State.
Oh, what a twirl. What a twirl.
Invader Scrim through for lead. Beats narrowly avoiding a hit from Izzy Kill to make initial pass for Sun State. Invader Scrim knocked out, calling the jam after picking up a couple
Two.
of
Yes, 2 points.
two. Now 20 points in it, Sun State 72 to Adelaide 52. We have time for one more jam. And we have an official review. Fanny has just run in to find out what this official review is all about. While we are waiting, I will give another plug for the tournament merchandise. There's t-shirts available to order through T-shirt Mill. And another plug for our raffle. Tickets are $5 or $20 for 5 tickets. Prizes include a tattoo voucher, a bond pack, a fitness pack, a party pack, a murder mystery voucher, a Get Creative pack, a Treat Yourself pack, a Pet Lovers pack, a Winter Warmers pack, a fan pack, and of course, the sexy box. Currently, we have one Sun State blocker in the bin, so a very slight pack advantage to Adelaide coming into this next jam, depending on the outcome of this official review, of course, what they may or may not be talking about. And another shout out to our hardworking referees and non-skating officials, keeping everything running this weekend and keeping everyone safe. Looks like a decision has been reached, so we should be able to update you shortly with what was being reviewed. Okay, Fanny, spill the tea.
Okay, Adelaide were looking for a high block to be called on the black jammer from the previous jam, as they had made contact with, they believe, one of their skaters' heads. However, initial contact was legal. Incidental, off-balance contact did not meet the metric for a high block, and the no call stands.
And on track now, we have Mad Squirrels Mills lead, a jammer for Adelaide, and shortstop has completed initial pass for Sunstate. But
4 points picked up for Adelaide.
Mad Squirrels Mills calling the jam, taking Adelaide to 56 to Sunstate 77. And we
Have a timeout.
72, sorry. And we have a timeout being called to sneak in one more jam.
And this is why we're not allowed to try and predict how many jams will be. I love a timeout to sneak in an extra jam.
It's always like, I don't know, it's like a tense 20 seconds or whatever when it's like the benchies are playing chicken with each other over who is or is not going to call a timeout.
Is it me? Is it you?
Is anyone going to? Alrighty, looks like we've got Trinket taking this final jam in the first half for Adelaide and Beats for Sunstate.
Let's see what happens, shall we?
We shall. Trinket pushing up the front against the Sunstate tripod with Beats pushing at the back against Adelaide. And that is Pinch of Salt going to the bin for destroying the pack as Beats gets through to pick up lead jammer for Sunstate. That is a solid wall of Indigo Fury and Bloody Laces for Trinket to contend with, but Trinket is through for initial. All right, that jam ended confusingly, but Easy Kill went to the penalty box for the hit on Beats, and Beats managed
up
to
4.
survive and call the jam.
4 points picked up in that last jam for Sunstate, bringing the scores to 56 Adelaide and 76, yes, Sunstate.
Heading into halftime with a very even 20 points in it. Then on the ground, slight pack advantage to Sunstate, but no one has their full contingent of blockers.
Ankle grinder trying to decide where to put that helmet cover.
We have Beats jamming for Sunstate.
An Invader Scrim for Adelaide.
And Beats is through for lead jammer for Sunstate. Beats through for 4 points and calls the jam.
Leaving 2 Adelaide blockers in the penalty box.
Do not
explains
believe
the
there
call.
was, yeah, because I do not believe Invader Scrim had made initial yet.
Not yet. We have shortstop lining up next for Sunstate.
And for Adelaide, we'll let you know when we can see. I
Mad
think it's Mad
Squeals.
Squeals Mills. I could tell by the skates. They're very distinctive blue.
They are indeed.
Shortstop is through for lead jammer for Sunstate.
Mad Squeals Mills briefly had a cube of blockers to deal with.
That is a strong tripod, but Mad Squeals Mills is getting some movement from it.
And matrixing to not go out there.
That was some very fancy footwork and impressive balance from Mad Squeals Mills. Shortstop is through for 4 points for Sunstate. Mad Squeals Mills completing initial pass for Adelaide. Shortstop is through for another pass, but waiting for that call from the bench. So that fall, though, I don't know if ankles are meant to go that way. We have Sunstate on 88 to Adelaide 56. And we have an official timeout. Some ducks needing to be aligned, I guess. Alrighty, everything seems to be back in order. We have a pack advantage to Adelaide with 2 Sunstate blockers in the penalty box.
So we do.
That is Trinket jamming for Adelaide, pushing up the front against that Sunstate 2 wall.
Trinket out for lead jammer there.
And that is Beats on the full contingent of Adelaide blockers.
Being chased down by Easy Kill briefly.
Easy Kill has been doing some some chases and some hits that I, quite frankly, would find terrifying.
Oh, yeah. Please don't come for me. I'm
I'd
just
probably
trying-
be like, oh, after you, I will take that skating out of bounds penalty. Thank you.
3 points picked up there for Adelaide. That brings them to 59.
We have a shortstop lining up for Sunstate, and that is Alice Dawkins for Adelaide.
Yes, you.
I like when the skaters acknowledge us. We're not just furniture. All right, shortstop through for lead jammer for Sunstate, and Alice Dawkins completing initial for Adelaide.
Chasing them down.
Shortstop calling the jam, sneaking in 2 points for Sunstate. Or maybe 3.
I think it was 3.
Sunstate 91 to Adelaide 59. We've got Invader Scrim out on the jammer line now, up against Booty for Sunstate. That pack is getting long. We're
Very
Booty
long.
pushing up the front. Booty getting sent out of bounds by a combination of Victoria Bitter and Lady Vengeance.
But did pick up lead before that happened.
Booty is through. Well, was already declared lead, but is now clear of the pack. It's getting hitty out there.
Yeah, it is.
Looks like there was maybe an attempt to pass the star there on the Adelaide side. And we have an Adelaide team timeout, I believe.
Absolutely. The scores are a palindrome.
They really are. Adelaide,
5995.
Adelaide 59, Sunstate 95.
Why is the floor rough? Have you seen Sunstate's B chair?
I do enjoy the beach here.
Isn't it cute?
Actually, I think my favorite bench accessories I have seen this weekend is Pirate City's little hat and pirate stuffed toy.
Yes. And Sydney have a stuffed toy mascot too.
Sydney are winning my favorite chant with their little yes chef.
Okay, timeout over.
Seeing some love for Sunstate coming through in the live feed chat now also. Speaking of Sunstate, we have Beats out jamming currently, and that is Trinket jamming for Adelaide. Brat getting sent to the penalty box along with Lady Vengeance. Beats is through for lead jammer for Sunstate, and Trinket is also through for initial pass. It is
It's
a lot of
Apex
things
jump
happening
time.
at fast right now at the moment. Beats does a little Apex jump to pick up 4 points.
I feel like we don't even need to say it anymore. It's just a given.
It's just, yeah, Beats is going to jump the Apex and it will happen.
I dare you to jump the straight way next time.
Oof.
I've seen it happen.
We have shortstop lining up for Sunstate.
Against Mad Squeals Mills.
Yes, I'd recognise the skates. A blocker apiece in the penalty box. Shortstop is down. Through.
You saw skaters on the floor and you said the word that you thought.
Yeah. Visual cue for the wrong thing. Shortstop is through for 4 points. Mad Squirrels Mills completing initial pass as Barat goes to the penalty box for a cut track. This is unusual. We've had 2 blocker cuts in the one jam.
It happens.
But that is jam called. We have Sunstate 107 to Adelaide 59. Invader Scream back out on the jammer line for Adelaide up against Booty for Sunstate. Again, we have each team down a blocker.
Official timeout?
I think.
We have an official timeout.
There was whistles.
There were arms.
They're YMCA arms, so I'm guessing it is official.
Oh, I thought that was the 2 tickets to the gun show. Check out my muscles. Yes, Dino. Skater's just playing with Dino now.
It's fun to mess with Dino.
What do you need? Where's the ice one?
Item.
Ice bunless.
Alrighty, there is that rolling whistle. Everything seems to be back in order.
Track's been fixed. Scoreboard's been fixed. Refs have had a break. I don't know. What was it for? Bit of everything.
Bit of everything. Discussion of what's for lunch, maybe.
It's pizza.
And that is Invader Scrim through for lead jammer for Adelaide.
We now have 2 Adelaide blockers in the penalty box.
Booty through on the inside line for initial pass.
Yeah, nicely done.
There are some big hits coming from both teams in this jam.
Oh, yeah.
Those jammers are getting obliterated.
Four points picked up for Adelaide as well. So, oh, and 2. An
Yeah,
extra.
so I believe each jammer made 1 complete scoring pass.
It's jammer ref maths
It's
time.
just that Invader Scrim did not progress forward out of the pack. This is why I don't ref. It looks like a lot of work.
As long as you're highly caffeinated, it's usually fine.
I am on the 2nd coffee of the day.
Well, there you go. You can ref.
I didn't bring my skates. But anyway,
Oh.
we have Mad Squirrels Mills on track for Adelaide.
Up against
But
Beats.
it looks like Beats is your lead jammer for Sun State.
A lot going on again. Very fast-moving feet.
Oh, Beats through quick as a flash for 4 points for Sun State. Mad Squirrels Mills headed to the penalty box.
I think so.
I'm not entirely sure what is going on. Beats has called the jam after, I believe, 2 scoring passes.
Yes, so that was a cut track penalty on Mad Squeals Mills.
Thank you, Fanny. I did not see the arm gesture. We have Adelaide 63 to Sun State 119. About 20 minutes left.
And shortstop taking this power jam start.
And shortstop is through for lead.
With some lovely team offense from Sun State.
Oh, that was a
That was an
delicious
easy
run
kill
back
hit.
by the Adelaide defense. Mad Squirrels Mills returning to the track from the penalty box. That was a very sneaky pass by shortstop through for 4 points.
Blink and you miss it.
It was like Shorty kind of went past the Adelaide defense like, oh, no, thank you. Mad Squirrels Mills is through for initial.
Another 2 point.
3 point.
3 points picked up for Sun State.
126 versus 63.
That is exactly half.
Yes. Alrighty, we have Invader Scrim out jamming for Adelaide and through for lead. And that
Against
is
Booty.
Booty making initial pass for Sunstate. It is getting heated. The benchies are getting loud. Booty taken down at the front by the Adelaide defense, but through for 4 points. Data Scroom calling the jam.
For 3 points.
It's a little baby shank there. 1 extra point to Sunstate. Taking
Right.
scores to 130 versus 66. We have Alice Dawkins out again for Adelaide.
And Beats up for Sunstate. A pivot line start. Kinda.
And that is Beats out the front for lead jammer.
How fast is this moving, though?
It's moving very fast. Both teams seeming content to go for a little run. Alice Dawkins has completed initial. Beats calls the jam. Looks like 3 points in there for Sunstate.
Yes.
We've got shortstop lining up again for Sunstate, up against Rage Ruthless for Adelaide. And that is shortstop through for lead jammer for Sunstate. We're seeing some solid defense from both teams in this jam.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rage Ruthless unfortunately headed to the penalty box. So this is, it would have been a Sunstate power jam, but they have called it, opting to go with some fresh legs.
Fresh legs, fresh lungs.
All of the things.
Looks like that will be Beats picking up this power jam for Sunstate.
We have about 15 minutes left in this game. And Beats through for lead. Oh, easy kill doing one of those big hits on Beats and running them all the way back.
Seems like they're MO.
That is a solid Adelaide wall we're seeing currently. Rage Ruthless is through for initial. Meanwhile, Beats calls the jam. Sunstate 139 to Adelaide 66. And we have an official timeout. For anyone wondering, the next game up on this track will be BCR Punk Blockers against Pirate City Pirate Union, coming up at 11 a.m. That's still 45 minutes away, so there's still plenty of time to get your raffle tickets, so you too may have a chance to win the sexy box.
Not forgetting the tattoo vouchers and skate vouchers.
and the murder mystery voucher, the fan pack, the winter warmers pack. And another plug for our Pacific Invitational t-shirts available for order and purchase through the t-shirt mill. I'm seeing some aggressive shaking of coffee cups from the refs, so maybe it could just be on a coffee break.
Well, head ref is over with head NSO talking to a team. So
Interesting.
what's the T? What's the 411? Axel Roll's not privy to that information or
Yeah.
refusing to tell me.
We need some better inside correspondence.
All's well that ends well.
Maybe they're discussing the merits of Tim Tam Slams versus like a chalky digestive. They're
Could
both
be.
excellent. Or maybe they're debating like if lunch today is pizza, whether pineapple belongs there or not.
Of course it does. I'll have pineapple on a pizza. I'll have pineapple on a burger. What is going on right now?
Drama.
Yeah, Sadie has put a VCR shirt on now, but still isn't gearing.
Wonder if we get copyrighted struck on our live stream if we just started singing like the Jeopardy thinking music.
I don't know it.
Just the doom 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 doom.
Okay, there are still things happening.
For saying, gather round, dear children,
Lend me your ears.
for I will tell you a tale of derby officiating rules of old.
Oprah Winfrey, you get a penalty, and you get a penalty, and you.
Everybody gets a penalty. Check under your seat.
It's bees.
We do agree with the live stream that it is an excellent opportunity for a stop and reset. Yes, the discussion may be about things that happened in the previous jam, but it's only really official reviews that we are privy to.
Well, it looks like everyone is on track.
It does look like everyone is on track. There is a clean box.
So no penalties were awarded for whatever the discussion was.
Maybe it was just everyone calm your farms. Currently, we have Mad Squirrels Mills as lead jammer for Adelaide.
Booty jamming for Sun State against a strong wall.
Savage drawing a cut track on Mad Squirrels Mills, and Savage taking a star pass. Savage is doing everything this jam.
I feel like I'm used to seeing Savage jam.
They were kind of a primary jammer for Coastal Assassins last year.
That'll be it.
And Savage is through for 4 points for Sun State. Mad Squirrels Mills released from the penalty box. Getting recycled by the Sun State defense. That is a long run back from Indigo Fury. Savage out for another 4 points for Sun State.
Doing really well after that star pass.
Oh, what a fantastic pass there for Savage.
So good.
Savage had her Weet-Bix this morning. Looks like we're potentially called for injury currently. So we're just gonna hush for a mo while all of this is resolved.
I hope they're not going to vomit. I will have to leave if they are, because I am a member. Just say it. Kay was saying that one that no one got to was the type one from the bottom now. One that we didn't get to because of the side code.
Yeah, East Coast.
Oh yeah, East Coast. Sorry. Apparently it was so hot that most people were throwing up in bins. Yeah, that to me was like, I'm really glad I didn't make it actually, because I would have been. Because it was out here, which is the person is. Yeah. I love this.
Alrighty. Shout out to our medics for helping keep everyone safe and healthy as much as they can be in this silly sport we all participate in.
When you try to explain it to people that don't know it, and they look at you like you've got 3 heads.
Also, like periodically at training, I'll just suddenly turn to whoever's next to me and go, God, this sport is so dumb.
But so much fun.
Lot of love for squeals in the chat. I should clarify Mad Squeals Mills, as there is also another squeals in this game. And we are back into things with that rolling whistle. I see Trinket on the jammer line for Adelaide.
And I see Beats for Sunstate.
And beautiful initial pass there to pick up lead jammer by Trinket, but Beats is also out. Is jam called? Someone say deuce blah. No points for anyone there.
We have Shortstop and Invader Scrim lining up on the jam line.
And Shortstop through for lead. Invader Scrim left to contend with the full might of Sunstate's defense. It's sent all the way back by Rattling Bones.
Ouch. The whole pack going the wrong way. Drawing
Adelaide
everyone
also
back.
running shortstop back. But shortstop is through for 4 points. Unfortunately, a power jam for Sunstate with Invader Scrim receiving a penalty. And Adelaide also down a blocker currently. Oh, pivot line start.
We'll see.
And there we go. We're all running away from the pivot line.
It offended us.
And Beats is through for lead jammer.
That was 2 seconds to get that lead jam.
So it does help when your teammates are not busy with another jammer. But
Very true.
that was almost that straightaway jump you were asking for,
I
Fanny.
did ask for it.
4
Thank you,
points to
Beats.
Beats. Another solid hit by Easy Kill. An absolute menace on the track today.
It's the hit and the run back.
And Invader Scrim through for initial pass.
As Beats calls off the jam. It's either a 2 or a 3. There's a thumb. It's a 3.
We have Sunstate 166 to Adelaide 70. We've got shortstop up on the jammer line for Sunstate up against Alice Dawkins for Adelaide.
Yeah.
And that is shortstop through for lead jammer.
A lot of lovely toe stop work from both jammers.
And shortstop is round for 4 points.
And Alice Dawkins is out of initial pass.
Shortstop calling the jam. What's going on with my mind?
At the moment, the scores are as follows. Sunstate, 170 points. And then people moved in front of Adelaide's score.
I believe Adelaide are on 70.
Thank you.
100 points in it. We have Trinket lining up on the jammer line for Adelaide.
And we had some dancing on the pivot line.
That is Beats out as jammer for Sunstate. And beautiful initial pass there by Beats. We have a star pass, Victoria Bitter out for initial pass for Adelaide. Beats deciding to call the jam rather than take another walloping from Easy Kill. That is Mad Squills Mills back out on track for Adelaide.
Shortstop up for Sun State.
And that is shortstop through for lead jammer for Sun State. Mad Squills Mills also completing initial pass. Ooh, tricky. That is jam called.
No points scored.
2 Adelaide blockers in the bin and 1 Sun State blocker. We're into the final 6.5 minutes of this game. That is Alice Dawkins jamming for Adelaide, and it is once again Beats out for Sun State. That Alice Dawkins through for lead, that Adelaide 2 while doing a great job of just pinning Beats to one side there to let Alice
Yeah,
through.
they did. Oh, and again.
So that is 4 points on the board for Alice Dawkins. And we've had a star pass to Squeals on the Sun State side of things. And another 4 points for Alice Dawkins. This is turning into a big jam. 12 points so far for Alice Dawkins.
Strong defensive wall from Adelaide.
Squeals getting run back there by Pinch of Salt. Alice Dawkins through for another 4.
Oh, Alice Dawkins managing to tiptoe around the outside there on those toe stops.
Squeals needing to take a breather. So currently it's an Alice Dawkins, not power jam, but
Solo jam?
all Alice Dawkins.
All Alice all day.
So far a 24-point jam, I believe, for Alice Dawkins.
Wow.
Maybe time for one more pass.
Could be.
Squeals has returned to the track. But that is a jam called
20.
24-point jam.
Wow.
Oh, maybe more. No, that's the wrong scorekeeper. 4 points in there for Squeals. And we have an official review. Fanny's going to run it in to find out what that is all about. I believe it's Adelaide that have called the official review. On the scoreboard, we have Adelaide 94 to Sun State 177. 4 minutes remaining in this game. Another reminder that up next at 11 a.m. we have Brisbane City Rollers Punk Blockers versus Pirate City Rollers Pirate Union. And another shout out to our fabulous referees and non-skating officials while they are huddling in to discuss this official review. All right, there is that rolling whistle. Fanny is on the way back to spill the beans.
Another request for a high block penalty from Adelaide, and unfortunately there were not enough eyes on the action to say who started it, basically.
We have shortstop jamming for Sun State currently, and Invader Scrim out for Adelaide. And Invader Scrim is through for lead after shaking off Indigo Fury. Shortstop also completing initial pass. Ooh. That is jam called.
Shortstop did attempt an apex jump, but unfortunately did not land it, so does not get the points.
Forced to gracefully crawl off the track.
If you fall to your knees after an apex jump, you don't get those points. You have to land
do not.
upright.
You have to land on your feet. You can fall over after.
Feet first, then fall.
We have Trinket jamming for Adelaide up against Beats for Sun State. Oh, Beats taken down at the back of the pack.
That is a mush again.
Beats headed to the penalty box for a back block, so it is currently a Trinket power jam. That was quite a nice sweep from Adelaide there. Trinket is through for lead jammer.
Just over. Sorry, my brain broke.
That's fine. It's that point of the tournament.
Some strong individual blocking there from Daisy Deathray.
Beats has returned to the track from the penalty box as Squeals is sent to the penalty box. And Beats is through for initial pass. Trinket calling the jam.
Having picked up all four. No, maybe three.
There were some points.
There were points. It was 4. They're now on 100 points exactly.
Sun State on 107.
77.
Yep. I saw the 1 and the 7. Wasn't sure of the last digit. We have a shortstop jamming for Sun State, and that is Mad Squills Mills for Adelaide. And Mad Squills Mills is through for lead. Mad Squills Mills through for 4 points. Shortstop just in a washing machine of Adelaide defense there. Mad Squills Mills headed to the penalty box. So it is now a Sun State power jam.
Which will, by the looks of things, bring this game to a close.
What a way to go out. Got 2 Adelaide blockers en route to the penalty box. That was a big hit there on
QT.
shortstop by QT. We are down to 1 Adelaide blocker on track, and it is QT.
Lonely, I'm so lonely.
Mad Squills Mills is back on track as jammer from the penalty box. The Adelaide blockers slowly beginning to return. Actually, one of those was probably a getting sent away and told to come back.
It was.
And with that, our unofficial final scores are Sun State 185 to Adelaide 107. We remain waiting for that rolling whistle. I am Purple Rain.
I am Fanny.
We are just waiting for those scores to be finalised.
There it is.
There it is. There is that rolling whistle. Sun State 185 taking the win over Adelaide 107. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
About 15 approximately.
17 minutes-ish for BCR versus Pirate City.
Thank you. In the hot seat, bringing you all the action live and at home on the live stream.
Hello, everybody at home at live stream. We'll
Can't
try and get
open
the comments up very shortly and see who you're cheering for.
I'm a technology dud, so you'll have to bear with me. Should we announce who's
should
skating on
definitely
these
do
lovely
that. I was
teams today?
Just thinking that.
All right. For the Brisbane City Rollers, we've got number 14, Thunderpuss, number 221, Bad Wolf, 222, Gravy, 24, Riley, 32, Scare Bear, 444, Felony, 463, Happy Cadaver, 482, Riff Raff, number 6, Chaotic K, 613, Axel Rolls, 703, Peppermint Crunch, number 8, Feminem, 82, Jambi, 911, Bow Fracture, and 96, Sugars with Bench Crew, Lumberzack, Silent Butcher, Dolminator, and Chomp Sonia. We
And
are off at
perfect
Jam
timing.
1.
We are definitely up at Jam 1. And I believe out the front is Monsterella pushing for Pirate City, but getting lead is Sugars. Quick O there. Monsterella's not far behind. Coming in for points. Taking a stumble, calling it off. And Spanner says 3, the lucky number of yesterday. And skating for Pirate City, today we have 111, Serious Crash Unit, 126, Smith, 13, Iona Shotgun, 175, Jaws, 187, Prime Evil, 199, Monsterella, 229, Diamond, 43, Pigeon Defective, 50, Sadistic Doll, 6, Mother of Dragons, 76, Skulls and Morphine, 8, Ivy Connivey, 92, Mad Cow, 946, Brother Skitty. On the bench is Icky, Chrissy, and Pavey Wavy.
All right, and we've got Jambi as lead for BCR in Jam 2
With a nice toe stops on the outside line.
with Iona Shotgun for Pirate City coming around. And that is a call-off by Jambi.
Got the 4, I don't need no more. But I have one in the bin. Oh.
We're about to get into Jam 3, and we've got the chat now. So if you want to say hi in the live chat, we can give you a shout out.
Hey, live stream. And I believe that beautiful skirt belongs to Ivy Connivey, getting out behind though.
And that is Riley with
Riley.
lead jammer.
Doing great down blockers there to get out lead. And coming in with speed, Ivy Connivey trying to shank some points off. Jam refs thinking about it, but
Oh,
no.
That's another 0-0 jam.
Donuts all around.
We've got Felony jamming for Brisbane City, but it's Jaws grabbing lead for Pirate City Rollers.
Sneaky inside line. We're all good.
Thank you. Beautiful 4 points there for the Pirate City jammer Jaws.
All about the short jams on day 2. Saving some
yes.
energy.
We've all got short jam energy today.
Yep. And that looks like Chaotic K for BCR on the jam line.
It does. I can't see the other person's number, so
Me
I
either.
can't look up
They're
who
hidden.
they are. But they do skate for Pirate City. We know that much.
And it looks
Oh,
like
199.
Monsterella, I think.
It is Monsterella.
Yeah.
But it is Chaotic K grabbing lead for Brisbane City.
Nice reforming there from BCR.
Monsterella making it past that fierce wall of BCR blockers.
Lots of spicy shoulders in there.
And that's another call off, another nice short jam, quick 2 points.
And Iona Shotgun back on the jam line. And it looks like a Jambi doing the dance.
Certainly is.
Tight back line, but Jambi finding the way through.
And that's lead for BCR. Iona Shotgun looking to get through some very strong reforming from the BCR blockers. As Jambi comes through and grabs 4 points.
Iona, skipping, just getting hit out by Gravy, 2-2-2. And nice juke there from Jambi. And I believe that will make a 12 point, 8 points.
I think 8.
8 point pass, taking BC up to 17. Pirate City 4. Very low scoring games I've found the last few.
Yeah, they certainly have been.
Trying to keep those points differentials tight. Oh, and almost an inside line there for Ivy Knivi, but shut down by the BCR blockers. But gets out the lead, cleaned up, but they went down.
That is a no pass. Ivy Knivi will not take lead.
I think they've been awarded it though, interestingly.
Still able to get points, which is good.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently she has been awarded
Yeah,
lead.
it has. They're definitely pointed. Interesting. Must have passed before the blocker fell down.
All right, that's another scoring pass there for Ivy Knivi. Sugar's coming around as well.
But Pirate City looking to put some more points, seeing if they can hold that jammer. And they have. Got a hit out. Ivy Knivi out again.
Some nice blocking from Pirate City at the front there, keeping Sugars in the pack.
Yeah, very smart. The reforming this weekend has been on point for all the teams.
It certainly has.
Really making those jammers work for it.
Oh, blockers everywhere.
We just jinxed it because just when we said they were doing short jams, we've got a nice long one here.
Yeah. Well, when you've got the opportunity to get points on the board, sometimes it is too good to pass up.
Sneaky apex jump from Sugars, not picking up any points though. But
It still looked lovely.
it looked lovely.
You got to add some pizzazz every now and again.
Yeah. For those at home, I hope you've made your own bingo cards because the amount of Matrix one hand out I've seen and straightaway jumps.
Yes.
And apex jumps. Yeah.
Everyone's pulling out all the tricks this
all the
weekend.
tricks.
All right, we've got Felony for BCR and Jaws for Pirate City. And it is lead for Jaws.
Lovely juke. Pirate City trying to capture Felony. Bridging. And quick reform there from Happy. Takes Jaws all the way back, not getting those points.
Yeah, forcing that quick call off.
Jam ref confirming the OPR. They did not get past that hip before they went out of bounds.
All right, another jam of donuts.
Jam of donuts. Donuts. And I think Riley.
Yep, that is
And Monsterella again hidden behind those packs.
just absolute chaos of blockers.
So much washing machine, yeah. Oh, and we've got a power jam. Power jam to Pirate City. Looks like Riley maybe getting a back block there.
There you go. It's time for Pirate City to get some points on the board for
Yeah.
sure.
And nice sweep up the inside line. And hit out there by a Bad Wolf. And Jammer back on. Riley, outside line, open. Oh, recutting, illegal re-entry to Riley, so sitting a double.
Oh, and it looks like we're going to have a power start now for Pirate City as Riley goes to sit that second penalty for the full 30 seconds.
And the Jammer goes, oh, what did I do? How did I do that? But sneaky, I think one of the Pirate City just snuck back, I think, before they came back on. Yeah.
Yep, you always got to watch those blockers. They are definitely doing sneaky stuff. All right, solid wall of blockers everywhere
For
on this
sure.
start.
Yep. BCR won't be giving up this easily.
But we've got Iona Shotgun through as lead for Pirate City. Looking to get some points on the board.
And nice suck back there from BCR, trying to minimize that time. Calling it off. Going to do a double power start for
Why
Pirate
not?
City.
Quick 3 points. They're going to see if they can do it again.
Making Riley feel extra bad sitting in the bin again.
It definitely sucks as a jammer sitting in
Right?
the penalty bin,
You're like, no.
just watching.
Why? Yep.
Ivy Canivy now on the jam line. Another washing machine start there. Blockers reforming
Oh.
left and right, but Ivy
Beautiful.
Canivy is not giving up the space easily.
Amazing reforming there. And cut for Ivy Canivy. And now power jam for BCR. And penalties flying everywhere from the refs. And Riley picks up lead now, amazingly in that. And now BCR have a power start. How the tides change. So not only is Pirate City Jammer in the bin, but two of their blockers are also in there. I think getting pinged on some pack calls. So clever defense there from BCR. And official timeout. So you can have a little think about walking over to get some raffle tickets for the raffle. I know I need to do that after the next game.
Oh yeah, I haven't grabbed any either.
No, there's a lot of good packs. There's a naughty pack, and a tattoo pack, and a treat yourself pack, and some Bond to Skate packs.
Oh, something for the pet lovers as well.
Lots of great stuff. So $5 a ticket, or $5 for $20, and money going back to Sun State and Queensland Roller Derby, I believe. End of official timeout, says Dino. And shout out to our ref crew for today's game. I could possibly do most of their names by just looking at them, I reckon. And, oh, pivot start there for BCR. Giving Jambi a nice no-touchy through. Love that when you get through without touching anybody.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Oh, juking from Jambi, making it look very easy when it's not.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Ivy Canivy returning to track now for Pirate City. Looking to make it past those BCR blockers.
Oh, it stays in.
Little shirt whip.
Roll off from Jambi and the call off, wanting those four. Spanners is going to confer. Mr. Grump doing, oh, they step back.
And that is 3 points awarded.
3.
Chaotic K back out for Brisbane City. I keep blanking on the other
And-
jammer's name.
Yeah, Pirate City hiding behind the referees, but it is Monsterella again.
Ah, yes.
Being nice and low on the start. And
Ooh.
Gadget K taking a tumble, but back on the track, which is great to see.
Sometimes
Thumping
you
that
just need
triangle.
a second.
Definitely need a second.
Another big hit. K is up. She is 1 to pass at the front. I think that's
Ooh.
Velocity.
It was. Oh, and a bit of help from your friends. Four points for BCR. Taking them up to 40 to 27.
Thank
Pirate
you. I'm
City.
trying to sketch
Yeah,
around to see.
It's like between the NSOs. 15 minutes to go in this first half. Halfway through the first half.
We got Sugars and Jaws
Mm.
on the jam line. Oh, and a 3v3 start here. We had a couple of blocker penalties. Lots of blocker penalties in the first game this morning.
Yeah.
And
Tired bodies, tired brains.
Yeah.
Yep. But strong looking triangle from BCR at the front. Gives Sugars chance to jump through that inside line.
Jaws still looking to find a gap there. Oh, nice bit of O, and she's out.
Fantastic O. Points and calls says Zach on the BCR bench, which Sugars does.
That's another 4-0 for BCR.
Clean box, which everybody likes to see,
Absolutely.
except for jammers.
As long as it's the other team's
Team,
blockers in the
right?
bin, that's fine.
Yeah.
When it's my blockers in the bin, I'm not happy
Be
about
like,
it.
no.
We've got Felony and Ivy
think-
Canivy.
Yeah. You can always spot Ivy from the skates.
Oh,
Brightly
yes.
coloured skates.
They are very colourful skates.
Felony. Oh, and again that defence from.
Oh, being recycled there by
946.
Velocity.
Yeah.
Ivy Canivy looking to find a gap at the front. But it is Felony through as lead for Brisbane City. Oh,
Badger taking a dive. Making it look cool though.
it looked like a baseball slide. I thought
Yeah,
it was on purpose.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Posing. Bad Wolf out of play. Doing the no pass for re-entry. 3-zip again.
Jambi and Iona Shotgun. That's a great
It
dirty
is
name.
a great name, isn't it? Every
Just
time
like
I'm just
saying
like, love it. Yep.
Lots of backline starts in
They're
this game
very
as
much-
well.
I was just thinking the same thing, and very tight ones too.
Mm,
Squishing them on the line.
yeah. Seems to have worked wonders for Jambi as she's through with lead for BCR.
He is ducking and weaving. And Iona out now with some O from. Oh, Jambi skipping through that outside line. Mr. Grump going straight over. Dropping off some bits of information. How is the live chat going?
I can't see. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be.
Peter from Spank Alley is here. So someone, you are correct.
Yeah, bit quiet in the chat, but that's okay. We've got Riley through as lead for BCR. And
I think Monsterella again.
Monsterella.
Going in, finding that inside line with a nice roll off the blockers.
All right. Riley grabbing their points and calling it off from the ground.
Any place is good as long as you've got points, right?
Absolutely.
And one Pirate City blocker in the bin. And team timeout 2 Pirate City. Might want to regroup. Points though, still only 30 points in it, 57 to 27 for BCR. Keeping the points differential very tight is probably what all the teams want at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. We're all playing for rankings this weekend, so we want to make sure that our points differentials are favourable.
Close as they can be.
I just don't like that we have to add maths to roller derby. you know?
Right? Make it hard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not my job to do the maths.
that's the good thing. It's like, just tell me what I need to do, please.
Yeah.
And I'll do it. Yeah, my local club, Inner West, shout out to Inner West, have just joined Woofter. So we have just started this journey.
Oh, that's so
Yeah,
awesome.
who would have thought maths and things? But yeah, played our first sanction game. So stepping up with the big kids.
Very exciting. Just the overall Australian roller derby scene is getting very exciting, I feel.
It is. We kind of had a COVID lull and we're kind of on the build back up now, I think.
Back with a vengeance.
It's looking very good. And especially this tournament over the weekend, like top teams in Australia playing. Yeah.
Absolutely great weekend.
And
All
we're
right.
back to it now. Chaotic K does some shoulder punches, gets out lead.
Jaws looking to find their way out of the pack. Big waterfalling there from the BCR blockers.
Great waterfalling, yeah.
But Jaws is out. Chaotic K getting recycled.
Doing late call because they do have a blocker in the bin.
That's always the tough one. Do you get the blocker out of the bin or do you give away points?
Mm-hmm. Benching this weekend, I've had to have a few of those moments. I was like, what do we do? Call or continue?
Yeah, I do not envy that job.
Mm-hmm.
Sugars and Ivy Conivy now on the jam starts. Another very tight backline start here.
Yeah, BCR capping, trying to cap that Pirate City wall.
And that is lead for Ivy Conivy.
Oh, lots of bench comms. I can hear Pavey yelling train.
Oh. We've had lots of tumbles today. The floor, after all the rain last night, feels very
sticky.
different.
Yeah.
It's kind of sticky and then weirdly slippery in spots. But I think we're all kind of getting the feel for it.
For sure. And yeah, Pavey calling train. So Pirate City wanted to run this long to get
As many
points up.
points. Yeah.
Trying to make Sugars very tired. But Sugars coming back around, looking for that apex again. But calling 0-1.
It's a 9-8 jam. So one extra point there to BCR. Got 68 to 35.
So the train not working in Pirate City's favour just yet.
Hi, Glam Cracker.
Oh, Glam.
See you in the chat there.
Hey, lovely. Missing you. I hope you're watching at home.
All right, that's lead for Felony. Iona Shotgun looking to make their way out as well.
weeping. Felony calling it off for 2 points.
There's been some really great switches from teams this weekend of just really being able to drop that defense and go to offense quickly to spring their jammers.
For sure. And even the switchback too has been, yeah, amazing. Trying to get
Jambi
This-
and Ivy Canivy.
And really, with how strong the walls are, they need that ode
Oh,
jammers.
100%.
Yeah, it's not a fight on your own at all.
All right, that's lead jammer for Jambi. Ivy Canivy still looking to find her way out.
Jambi shoves their friends aside. Oh, just finding that Bad Wolf again. Always on the cleanup, Bad Wolf.
Absolutely. Always right there on the line, right when you think you're through.
Sure. Jambi holds on with a beautiful juke to get through.
Beautiful little spin there by Ivy
Great.
Canivy, and she's out. Oh, we've got a power jam now for Pirate City.
Oh, I missed what Jambi got.
And only two blockers on the track.
Oh, that pack. Yeah.
Scare Bear replacing Bow Fracture.
And I was going to say no blocker could deny Frere calling no pack then. Very loud, very clear. Scare Bear getting, I think, failure to reform there.
Ivy Canivy trying to call the jam off, but unfortunately not lead.
Not lead,
Can't do it.
which is the sadness. So this will be 22 more seconds in this jam. Jambi's back on though, so how quick it goes. So it'll be battle of the holding on this one. And great, is that Bad Wolf again? Just solo butt blocking. Oh,
Yeah.
Ivy just stays in though.
Oh, caught by Wolf again at the front of the pack.
And Dino says that's 2 minutes. Have a break, everybody.
Oh, Bad Wolf going to have a sit down in the penalty bin.
And Zach's gesturing for an official review, so I might go for a run and
Oh,
see
yeah,
what the
go
goss
for it.
is.
Don't know. All right, so we've got a official review called by Zach from Brisbane City. So Velvet Whiplash is just running in to see what that's about so we can get you all the goss. As it stands at the moment, it'll look like BCR will have 2 blockers in the bin for their next start, but that could change depending on what the official review is about. But we will wait and see. And while the refs deliberate, teams are coming up with a plan, as you do when you've got a bit of downtime, everyone having a drink and catching their breath. What's the scoop?
The scoop, without giving too much away, BCR are looking for a penalty to be rescinded. So we'll see what they decide. Was on that last play, it was 2-2-1. I'm just telling you all the goss now. They've already made their decision. They want the blocker forearms penalty on 2-2-1 to be rescinded. They believe the jammer initiated with forearms.
Ah.
The blocker was just
Interesting.
defending their position. Yeah. It was right at the end when they fell down, so it was hard for us to see the angle. But OPRs were right there, so they'll have the information. And we'll see the outcome.
It's not very often that you see an official review used for a blocker.
No. But
Normally reserved for jammers, but I mean, they're for everyone.
they are for everyone. And when your pivot's in the bin and you've got one other blocker also in
Yeah.
there, you probably maximize people on track.
Definitely don't want to have a 2 down start if you don't have to.
No. So worth the call from Zach and BCR, and we'll see if they award it. They're having a big discussion. Oh, Glam's at work.
Oh,
That is unlucky, Glam.
all right. It looks like the call is going to stand.
Yep. So Skebe and
Feminem. Oh, no, sorry.
no, hang
Bad
on.
Wolf and
Bad
Scare
Wolf
in
and
the
Skebe
bin.
in the bin.
Gravy and Feminem will be our 2 BCR blockers for this jam start with Sugars and Jaws.
And Pirate City taking that back line. Pirate City pivot, 1-1-1. Serious crash unit trying to break up that BCR2 wall. But BCR get lead.
Beautiful pushing there from Sugars, just cutting her way through the track.
Oh, one hand, I think they're all right. Scare Bear scooping up at the front.
Lots of communication happening from both teams at the moment.
Lots of communication. Calling from the ground.
As you do. That's 3 points.
Sure is. And BCR doing well to defend that. Still, I believe, Bad Wolf standing in the bin.
No, Bad Wolf's out. That's Feminem
Oh,
now,
it is
number
Feminem.
8. Yeah, they did a swapsy.
They did a swapsies. That's when you go, hashtag worth it. I got you out. I'll sit one for you.
Absolutely. Sometimes you also just need a little rest, you know?
A little rest.
That
A little
is
rest.
Jambi and Iona shotgun. And it is Iona shotgunner's lead.
Jambi right on the tail, though. Chasing down. BCR comms to go up, up, up. Jambi's trying to steal some points. Oh, and stays in somehow. Ridiculous balance.
All
Going
right.
long, says Icky.
Train call coming from the Pirate City bench.
Jambi coming in with speed. And Feminem going back to the bin. I think pack call again. Jambi hop, skip and jump. Means BCR busted that 100 mark. Iona calling it off before Jambi can get any more.
It looks like 101 to 51 at the moment. That was a 12-point jam for BCR, 8 points for Pirate City.
Nice, pumping that score differential up just a little bit for BCR. And timeout from Pirate City just in time because there wasn't a jammer there for a second.
That's never a thing you want to do is not field a jammer.
No. Happened in our game yesterday in
Oh,
Sydney, and I was
gosh.
like, I'm not going to say anything against BCR.
Oh, yes.
So I was like, we'll take that. Captain's penalty, yeah, that'd be great. Great power jam start. So
Sometimes you just get too caught up in the chats.
oh, yep. I've done that once. I was mid-drinking. I was like, oh, it's me. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, Captain. That's when you have to shout drinks at the pub afterwards for everybody. Yes.
Absolutely.
Whoopsies. And team time out here. I think there's under 5 minutes to go.
Yeah,
Am I
but I
right,
think
Scrib?
3
Yeah.
minutes
3 minutes.
from
in
what I
this-
can see. It's hard to see the scoreboard from over here, but we're doing our best. It's a cluster of zebras in the way.
Yeah, what is the one of the group now is for zebras? Gaggle of zebras?
I think it's herd.
Herd of zebras. That
Yeah.
makes sense. Nothing exciting.
I like gaggle though.
A gaggle Probably of geese.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Jaws and, oh my God, mental blank.
Riley.
Riley, yes.
Oh, Jaws throwing happy off the track. I should do a dun and dun and dun 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 dun. Jaws coming up to the pack. Riley getting popped out by Primeval.
Big recycle to the back there.
Just had flashbacks of getting hit by Primeval, I think, actually.
It's a scary time.
Oh,
All right, Riley making it out.
and calling it off. 4 points and a sad giraffe for BCR just then, I believe.
Yes.
Hope everyone at home knows what I mean by sad giraffe. Ooh, a dazzle, says Grillam. Dazzle.
Oh, a dazzle of zebras. That's way better.
That's heaps better. They are quite dazzling in their stripy
They
shirts.
certainly are.
All right, Jammy and Ivy. I think I said Jammy then. Jamby and Ivy. Ivy sneaking through the outside line. Jammy tries to take the same path, doesn't quite get it. Quick as lightning back on the track though, and does get through. Oh, no touchy for Ivy.
Beautiful pass there from Ivy, but calling it off.
Nice, 4-zip. It's always a good time if you can keep Jamby to 0 points.
Yes. A rare
A
thing.
rare thing. And clean block. Clean box. Must be close to half time. I think I need a break.
I think this might be the last jam of this half.
Ah, lovely.
I don't want to call it too early, but that is
And
Monstrella
trying that outside line again too.
and Felony.
Felony.
Great
Oh,
reforming
outside.
from both, but it's Felony with lead.
Monstrella about half a lap behind.
Yeah, not far behind at all.
And moving up, up, up. And lucky number 3 for BCR. Oh, the time is on. Will there be a
Ooh,
team
one more
timeout?
jam. I was preemptive.
No, we've gone intermission and no timeouts are called. So we'll see if they have one more, if they go, no, we're happy for a rest.
Everyone
Jam
just
time, I was going, oh, is it that time already?
hanging out, waiting. What's happening?
Nope, calls
All
it.
right.
You were right. There was only one more, and it is half time.
Beautiful. Should we pop on some jams?
Oh, for sure. Let's do it.
All right. We'll see you in 15 minutes for the second half. just over 30 seconds away from the second half of this game against Brisbane City Rollers against Pirate City Rollers.
You. Scores are at 104 to
59.
59. So 40-something points. Nothing, not a huge lead.
It's not unmanageable.
Not unmanageable.
Not unmanageable. Seen bigger comebacks.
For sure. Yep. If I know Pirate City, they'll come out the gates blazing. Run, Pavey, run. I am refueled and had my breakfast, so let's go.
All right.
Tino's done the whistle. 5 seconds called.
Can't even see where the jammers are. Oh, there they are.
Solo hiding behind those blockers.
Sugars and Iona shotgun.
Primeval again popping out Sugars on that line. Scare Bear just pushing that whole triangle over.
Nice little bit of O there to get Sugars lead.
And Iona getting that outside run. And Sugars calling off with one Pirate City blocker in the bin.
And another 4 points on the board.
Looks like jammer match of Jambi and Ivy back again.
That has been quite a common lineup this game.
It has maybe strategically, possibly.
Could very well be.
Oh, Jamie finds that outside line. Skips through.
Ivy still looking to get through.
Uses that O from their pivot.
Oh, big hit out there from 703.
Which is
Peppermint Crunch.
crunchy. Jamie calls it off quickly with that one Pirate City blocker still in the bin.
But standing.
But standing.
Only a few seconds left.
They're ready to go.
It's Chaotic K and Jaws.
Dun, 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 dun. Can't help myself.
No, it's great. I love it.
Okay, beautiful O there from Scare Bear. Gives Kay lead.
Oh, and beautiful little duck on the outside line there by Jaws. And she is out as well. Seeing more of those short jams already.
Yeah, just 1 point for BCR, but 1 point makes lots of difference.
Certainly does. Especially when you're thinking about those ratios.
Oh, thank you, Glam. You're doing a great job. I hope you're talking about me and the lovely scrim. Probably props should be to the skaters, though, for also doing a great job.
Oh, absolutely. This is the third game for both of these teams this weekend. And 2 more to go.
2 more to go. And they're definitely not your walk in the park games either.
No.
So hard, Derby. Both jammers on a grind here behind some fierce triangles.
All right.
Still
Still
trying to help. Felony gets the lead.
after about 40 seconds. That's a rough go of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Very fast pack as Blockers are looking to save their points.
Yep. I think 126 managed to not get it, so it'll be 3 for BCR.
It is.
Sprinting officials.
Jambi and Iona shotgun.
Ooh, changing up.
Now on the jam line.
And doing lots of switcheroo dancing. Keeping the blockers guessing. Oh, Iona gets the lead on Jambi.
Oh, no. Penalty being issued to Iona, giving Jambi a power jam.
Ooh. And Jambi gets lead from that too. Which I thought lead might have been awarded, but... And Scarebear gets a direction. Shaking their head though.
All right. Pirate City blockers looking to hold Jambi up for as long as they can.
Jambi calling, bit of a stacks on Bad Wolf.
We'll get a power start now for Brisbane, but they do have one blocker in the bin. I guess that's fair, right?
That's fair, yeah. Comes out in the wash, right? Iona Shotgun is standing though, so they don't have a very long power jam.
No, it's going to have to be a quick one.
But I think that's Sugar's on the line, and they're pretty quick.
They are, and with a good run up. But the Pirate City blockers are definitely not letting up easily.
No. Oh, fighting through those seams. Diamond. Oh, sneaks past.
Nice little
Great
bit of footwork there. And that is a quick 4 on the board for BCR.
Lovely O there from Scarebear. Nice shoulder in the rib cage. Delicious.
Love a good one of those. That's
Mm.
why I normally wear my crash vest, but it's so hot up here that I can't.
Right?
I'm dying in it.
Yep. I must say, how nice is a venue with fans in it, though?
Oh, yes. I do love the fan. I'm a fan of
I'm
the
a fan of the
fans.
fans.
That was a terrible joke, but I'm sticking by it. All right,
There we go.
Jaws and Chaotic K copping a big hit just then from
Yeah.
a solid wall of pirates.
Okay, pushing. I must say the 2 walls this weekend, so strong. No, barely any links in it. They're just 2 blockers standing there taking up space. Primeval getting a direction there.
And that's a scoring pass for BCR with Jaws still looking to get out of that BCR washing machine.
But they're right there. Reforming.
Just great reforming at the moment.
Fantastic, yeah. Lots of what I call ugly blocking. May
Yeah.
not look the best, but they are right there.
You just put your body somewhere
Yeah.
and you figure the rest out later.
And
It's another pass for K.
yeah. I think Monstrella's stashing, looking to, and they
Ooh.
have sneaky pass to the pivot, which is
Serious crash unit.
Possibly a first responder, I'm guessing, by that name. Maybe serious crash unit, an investigator.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. Definitely doing a great job of being last line of defence in their pack, really up the front, making the BCR jammers work extra hard
Agree.
to get past. I'm going to take note of that number for our game later.
Yeah, ding ding. A 14-point jam there for BCR, though, just taking their lead a little bit up.
That's a nice, tasty jam.
Very tasty.
We got Jambi and Ivy Conivy.
Oh, Ivy, I think, gets the lead over Jambi. Just skips in that inside line. Jambi.
Little bit of jammer on jammer as they come around the track.
My favourite expression, not. Jambi's like, I'm just going to chill. Now, direct traffic here.
Jambi pushing her pack to
Jambi
move.
also thinks that they're lead, I think, but
Jambi not lead.
not lead and eaten by the baby.
Ivy Canivy grabbing 4 points and scooting through.
So Ivy goes, oh, that'll do. That's pretty good. Yeah, no complaints here. 4 points.
Not bad. So that's 63 now to Pirate City Rollers and 141 for BCR. Jam 8 of the second half. I just got a really good look at the scoreboard
love
then.
it.
Thought I'd give you a bit more information.
The water's parted. You can see the score.
I could see through the dazzle.
And that squishy back line again.
Oh, absolutely chaotic back lines.
Yeah.
But Sugars and Iona Shotgun. But it is Sugars grabbing lead.
Sugar's leaping through those blockers.
Rushing into the pack.
And Bad Wolf going to the bin for Adabow's block. And leaving BCR with only 2 blockers. Sugars
I think they might be.
might have to run this long if they want to get their blockers out. Oh, some
Oh.
matrix to stay in.
Very nice little back bend there, and a nice little speed change as well from Iona Shotgun to make it past that line of defence.
Meeting Sugars. Sugars looking to waste some time here to get some blockers out of the bin. Johnny Smash in the house.
I believe that was 8 points for Pirate City in that jam and only 4 for BCR.
Nice.
Nice work by the Pirate City jammer there, just putting on the fast feet and trying to get those extra points on the board while they had the chance. Felony and Monstrella.
Stella, yeah. There's a sneaky blocker there thinking they were a jammer. I thought they were over the line.
Yeah.
Trying to trick us. Doing some O here. Pack is front, says Frey.
Well, we've got lead for Monstrella.
And double
some-
pack penalties there, I think.
Yeah. Only 2 blockers on track for BCR at the moment.
Oh, but a hit
Oh.
out there from 222.
I've got to say, from experience, trying to take a
Gravy.
line on Gravy is just not a good idea.
Right. Gravy doing some break dancing. Monstrella pushing through to get their initial. Oh, 4 points. Ding ding. Spanner says yes.
Felony making it out of the pack.
Oh, skip again for 4 points.
We've got another BCR blocker going to sit in the bin.
And Felony skips through for 4. Monstrella splitting that link. Oh, and just goes out from Happy's hit.
Oh, you got to hate that.
And fighting at the front, looking to get those 4 points.
Another scoring pass there for Monstrella. Ooh, a couple more penalties being issued now to some
Yeah.
Pirate City blockers.
So running it long to hopefully get them out. Felony coming through, no touchies.
It was a nice bit of teamo there just to make sure Monstrella got through that pack as well.
And all 4 BCR blockers back on. And only 1 Pirate City.
Oh,
So 2 Pirate City blockers in the bin. So it'll be 4-2 start to BCR. Pirate City on 89. That I can see from here. BCR on something that looks like
161.
161.
All right, that is Jambi and Iona Shotgun.
Yeah. Pushing all those blockers way out of pack. Jambi, the 1 foot. And lots more penalties creeping up.
Yeah, definitely a lot more penalties in this second half.
Yeah, as body's getting tired. Roll off there from Jambi. Those Pirate City blockers still there. Iona with a sneaky stash sneaks through right behind Jambi. Jambi's going to probably play with some food here, I reckon, to get those blockers out. Iona does the juke and calls. I was waiting for a classic Jambi turnaround and block the jammer moment there.
Yeah,
actually.
me too.
Nothing puts fear into your song like that, right?
Oh, and you're like, what do I do?
What do I do? Ah!
And we've got a shout out to Shoddy 13. Oh yes, Iona Shotgun. And the Absolute Crash Unit 111, Pirate
Yeah.
City.
Woohoo!
Some of your pals from home giving you a shout out.
And Pirate City have a team timeout. They're having a little break because a few penalties creeping in there, and they don't want it to push out.
Absolutely. Take a second, shake it off.
Regroup with just over under 15 minutes to go in this second half.
Oh, that's good.
It is 89 to 169, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Very nice. People in the house, give me some noise if you're cheering for BCR. Hey, a small but mighty crowd. Give us some noise if you're cheering for Pirate City. Yeah. Props for our visitors from New Zealand making the trek over. Dino goes whistle done, timeout finished. Let's get started, everybody. Refs slowly making their way. They've done a few games so far too.
They certainly have.
2 very awesome officials crews this weekend doing all our games.
Yes. All right, we got Sugars, but it is Ivy Connivey grabbing lead for Pirate City.
Yeah, as long legs jumping over the blockers on the outside line. I think it might be.
Penalty being issued to Velocity from Pirate City.
And Scarebear getting a destruction. A lot more pack penalties in this.
Yes, there are a lot
Both.
of pack penalties.
Yeah.
Packs are getting really stretched out, just trying to hold the jammers in for as long as they can.
Oh, and Blackgate. Oh, high block, I believe. Oh, Sugars
Oh,
for the apex jump. Doesn't quite land it.
no.
And
And
it's
it's a
gonna
great
be-
jump, though.
It was a great jam, and it is a power jam to BCR. But Sugars is not lead, I don't believe. So it'll be a 2-minute jam. And they need some love from the blockers.
Oh.
And I hope Sugars hasn't hurt themselves from that
Yeah, I think
awesome apex jump.
we're just going to take a little break.
Mm-hmm. Apex jump, high risk, high reward, but if it doesn't quite land, yeah,
Yeah, a dodgy landing can sometimes mean not a great time.
not at all. And shout out to our medics here helping this weekend, making sure we're all safe.
Big appreciation for everyone that's working hard to keep our skaters safe this weekend.
Especially shout out, I'm going to say to backbenchers and all the other extra helpers on teams.
Oh,
the
absolutely.
unseen heroes.
It really takes a village
The wo-
for a roller derby team to get to a tournament like this. Not just in terms of the people that come, but the people back home that are working hard to get us here as well.
Agree.
People staying home and looking after our kids for us. Shout out to my partner. Cheers. And yeah, bench crew, support staff.
Yep.
Keep us rolling. Keep us hydrated. Keep us organised.
Love it.
Because we are just a gaggle of headless chooks without them.
For sure. Alrighty. I think we'll be starting our next jam with Jambi for a power jam. Not for long though, because Ivy is standing in the box.
Only a couple of seconds.
But that's all Jambi needs to get lead.
Little straight pecs jump there. But Ivy is back on track and looking to get through that wall of BCR at the back. They're just so great at getting to the lines, those blockers, but not at this moment because Ivy just got out. Every time I say something like that, you know, blockers are great at reforming. Oh, Jam is out.
They're just trying to make us look silly.
Yeah, just to prove me wrong.
Jamie comes in, calls it off in with flair, and spinning around, straddle call off. Gets all the 4 points though. 185 to 97. That's the first time I've seen the scoreboard clearly. This game. So pushing out that lead just a smidge, BCR.
And it is Riley back on track for BCR, but Monstrella grabbing lead for Pirate City.
And Scarebear with that nice O again.
It's really the timing on that
The
O.
timing is chef's kiss.
Absolutely. But a quick call off there from Monstrella grabs 2 points for Pirate City and 0 for BCR. That's their first scoreless jam in a while, I think.
Agree. It's all about getting the lead sometimes. If you're not lead, it's hard to keep that points from just jumping up.
Absolutely, especially in these short jams. Control of the clock is everything.
Oh, Jaws, I think that is for Pirate City. Fighting. Yep.
And Chaotic K for BCR.
They want that lead. They're pushing. Right out of play, gets the lead.
Speaking of control of the clock, that goes to Jaws for this jam. Chaotic K still looking to get out of the pack there. Great reforming from the Pirate City blockers.
Gravy with that flick of the butt.
Gravy just owns the outside line. I think we just need to rename it the Gravy line. Just don't go there.
And Kay is stashed the star. Oh, Jaws getting caught up with their own O.
Great reforming at the back by these BCR blockers.
Yeah. And a whole team O coming back to help Jaws. Can't quite get through yet. Peppermint Crunch. Kay trying to sneak through.
That is 3 points for Pirate City and 0 for BCR in that jam.
Takes Pirate City up to the 100 though, 102.
Oh, beautiful.
It's always a good feeling when you get to 100. You're like,
absolutely.
Yes, made it.
Jambi and Ivy Conivy back out on the jam line. Another super tight backline start from both teams there.
Pirate City crunching on Jambi, trying to get that hit out. Not quite. Jambi goes,
Lots of big hits and big recycling at the moment. Jambi looking to make it through the pack. Ivy still looking to make initial pass.
Yeah, pushing through, trying to use that O. Jambi just stays in with the toe stops.
Little jumping twirl over the inside of the apex there.
On that BCR reforming, they're back again. Jambi trying a little baby skip on the apex, but not quite. Lots of blockers doing the deep breath. And
That was a tough looking jam.
that was a tough looking jam. I hear 4 whistles, which might mean a official timeout. Yes, an official timeout.
Ah.
Just have a little breather. Officials need a breather too.
They do. Sometimes they've got to double check, you know. Was there a penalty there? Did they get that many points?
Agree. Ask the questions, have a chat. Very thankful that there's 7 officials sometimes.
Yeah.
Being an official, it's like, what was that? Although sometimes I'm not thankful there's 7 people with their eyes watching what
I
we're doing.
know, right? You're like, oh, I wish you hadn't seen that.
Yes. Are you sure?
Yes. But without them, the game wouldn't even happen at all.
Correct. So very thankful to our officials this weekend.
Yeah. Working very hard.
On that back line.
I own a shotgun.
Yep, doing all the dances. Oh, felony though. Rips up that outside line. Both jammers sprinting.
Fast pack as well.
Pack wants up.
Oh. Quick 1 point there for BCR and a very fast call off. Everybody was sprinting.
Yep. Pirate City did good running away there to try and keep their points.
Absolutely.
And those bench calls and those clever plays really makes those differences with the points.
Yeah, they definitely do. We've got Riley and Monstrella on the jam line. Riley grabbing lead for BCR. Monstrella being recycled by Bad Wolf.
Yeah, Riley still got a triangle to push through out the front. Oh, carves around that blocker. Gets the 4 points.
Oh, and they've called it off with the Pirate City Jammer just taking a seat in the penalty box. So this will be a
Ooh.
power start for Brisbane.
Sneaky, didn't even notice that. Maybe a little cut, possibly?
Yeah, I believe when they were being recycled. Sometimes you think you're fine, but the blockers just scooch their hips back at that last second.
Too quick. And it gives Jambi a power jam. Pirate City not going to give up that quickly, though. Jambi's looking for that O. Gets it and gets lead.
Good work by the Pirate City blockers there, though, making it a bit harder for her.
For sure. Up.
Buying
is
themselves
icky.
15 seconds.
And BCR getting a goat on Serious Crash Unit to try and split that pack up. Also smart play. Oh, Monstrella
Oh.
just staying in on that outside line.
Nice little 1 foot there.
Yeah. It was a great view for us down the line.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Jambi calling it off, taking it up to 202.
There's exactly 100 points between Pirate City and BCR right now. And we've got to be close to the end, but I can't see.
5 minutes and 36 seconds.
Yes.
Just snuck through. Thank you, Spanners, for stepping forwards. And backline suckback on Chaotic K. And
I think
is it
Ivy Canivy.
Ivy Canivy. I can see those bright skates.
Yes.
Okay, just skipping out at the end there. They
Being
do pick
awarded
up
lead,
though.
but getting recycled.
All the way back. Both jammers, actually.
Yeah, it's happened a few times.
Half track recycle.
Yeah. Oof. Ivy can Ivy making it out.
Nothing worse as a jammer getting recycled that far.
Ooh. Sneaky little boop there from Kay.
Yeah. Feeling that nice sticky floor.
Yeah, I
on
heard
some
that
skin.
from here.
Yeah.
That little bit of skin sticking.
Yep.
Feels horrible.
Goes through to your soul too, those moments. You're like, oh, that wasn't even a big fall, but that
Yeah.
feeling.
Oof. Felony and Jaws.
Jaws getting that
Nice.
lead. Great O there. I think Primeval. Felony on the chase.
Quick call off from the ground there for Jaws, grabbing 2 points.
Spanner's nodding, just double checking. Lots of good in-pack offense while the Jammers are on their scoring pass. Just there was a few hit-outs trying to clear the pathway.
Absolutely. Blockers really staying active even when the Jammers aren't in the pack to make sure that they can make it easier for their Jammers when they come back around.
Which Jammers are eternally grateful for. Oh, Ivy, no, yeah,
Ivy lead.
yeah. Sneaks it over Jambi. Going to try and get some greedy points here.
Oh.
Bean dip. Definitely gets 1, 2.
That is
Jambi.
2 for Ivy, 1 for Jambi. Great work from both Jammers then, really just
Great. Nailing
flying into the pack.
They're like, I'm not tired. I'm only just warming up. 3 minutes
Fatigue
ago.
who?
Yeah.
By this point in the game, if you've got any adrenaline left, you're definitely using it in
Yep.
these kinds of jams. That is Riley. And Iona
Iona.
shotgun, but Riley grabs lead. Iona not far behind.
Also, both of them look like they're fresh as a daisy too.
They do.
Not tired at all. Had their Weet-Bix this morning, for sure.
Absolutely. All right, we're at 2:05 for BCR, 1:06 for Pirate City.
And just under 2 minutes, I think that says.
Oh, we could be looking at the last jam.
Mm.
Don't want to call it too early.
You were spot on before.
I was. I don't know if I could do 2 for 2 though.
And if you're a bit sad that there's only a minute left in this game, we do have another game straight after this at 1 o'clock. We have SRDL, Sydney Roller Derby League versus Perth, West Coast Evils.
Make sure you stay tuned for that one.
And
All right, lead being awarded to Chaotic K there. Monstrella still looking to get out of the pack.
stashes that star. Bad Wolf going to the naughty box.
They've been there a few times.
They have.
this
I reckon they
game.
might be getting up there on the penalties, but hashtag worth it.
Absolutely. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Monstrella still looking to get out of the pack as Chaotic K is looking to make a scoring pass.
Getting recycled, but I think picking up most of their points.
Yes.
And Monstella jumping around on their initial. Hands are in the air from Kay, calling it off. And
Oh,
Icky calls a timeout just in time.
there will be one more jam.
One more jam. One more jam. One more jam.
Oh, an official review being called.
Oh, that's even better. Wonder if it's a real one or a one for timeout.
Oh, they're using it
purposes.
as a timeout.
Ah,
Yes.
clever.
Official review as a timeout.
And all the NSOs go, quick.
No, the
How
paperwork.
do I fix the timing? Yeah.
But you can use them for that.
You can, yeah. I hadn't used my one yesterday and I got very kindly asked, would you like to use it? And I went, oh, look, no, can't even, no much point.
No,
At
we'll
this
save
point.
it for a rainy day.
Save it for a rainy day.
If only they carried over into the next game.
Right?
That would be great. Actually, I've got 4 official reviews. I like to use them all.
Well, tactical, yeah. Group cuddle there from BCR.
I didn't realise the penalties were showing up on the feed. I could have been telling you. But I mean, if
Ooh.
you're seeing them on the feed, then you already know.
They do already. They got more inside information than we do. Lots of lovely chats and comms from BCR. Having a little hug on the jam line. Ooh, shout out. Commentary is great. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Peter. We'll take that.
We will.
All right, this is definitely going to be the last jam.
Without a doubt.
Can tell you that with full certainty.
And we've got a Jambi and an Iona shotgun. I don't, but if I did, it'd be them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dino whips the end of that official review timeout. 5 seconds signaled from Freya. Let's go, last jam. Oh, Jamie tries the outside line, doesn't get it.
Big pile of
Iona
skaters down as well.
Hour pushing that BCR wall out the front, almost gets it, sneaks through.
That is lead for Pirate City in this final jam.
Jambi's
Recycled.
to the end. Oh, nice scoring pass there from Iona.
That is a scoring pass for Iona. Jambi right behind.
Pirate moving, just 2 to beat at the back for Iona. As Jambi gets out for 4 points as well. All the D on calling the end of the game, getting 3 points. Spanner's favourite number.
All right, that's 7 points in that jam for Pirate City to 4 BCR, giving us an unofficial final score of 217 to 113.
Great game. One of those ones where I feel like the score didn't really reflect how hard the game looked.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone was giving it their all and then some. That was a
Yep.
great game to watch and a great game to commentate.
Agreed. Thank you so much, Scrim.
Thank you.
Hope we can do this again soon.
Yeah. All right, that's the final whistle. So we're going to tap out. Make sure to stick around and watch the rest of the games this weekend and get behind your teams at home as well. Send them some love.
Send them some love. Yeah, all the commentary. Catch you later.
Absolutely.
Perth Roller Derby West Coast Eagles versus Sydney Roller Derby League Sydney. I am Purple Rain.
And I am Winosaur.
Let's introduce these fabulous teams that we have about to take the track.
Sure. So from Perth, we have 112 Fatality, 12 Shrek, 26 Bolt, 264 Locomotives, 313 Storm, 328 Peacock, 333 Holly Smackerel, who's on the bench, 44 Wazer, 56 Boop, 58 Crane, 585 Logi, 69 Comatose, 7 Teal, 717 Flower, 86 Namazoom, and 88 Thorson.
And on the bench, they have a Bolt, Holly Smackerel, Doherty, and Lightnings McQueen. And taking the track for Sydney, we have 00 Supernova, 101 Altitude, 11 Rampage, 121 Flux Decapitator, 13 Doctor Hoo Hoo, 14 Hodo, 1288 Chakram, 3 Spunky, 5 Catfink, 505 Rainbow Smash, 51 Surround Pound, 7 Push-In Boots, 711 Mother Fuzzer, 73 Teratoma, 925 Yoshi, and on the bench, then Brutal and Velvet Whiplash.
We've got 2 minutes to Derby.
Might cut to a tune for another minute.
People good in on the copy?
Just need to have a bit more caffeine.
You have a copy like that?
I'm all right. Thank you. I went to the Manly pub. Yeah, I woke up at like 4:30 in the morning. 5 seconds.
I guess it does get light early up here. It's not as bad at the moment because it's coming into winter. Alrighty, we are just about to get rolling.
And lining up on that jam line, we've got Comatose and Rampage.
I love that little hi mum kind of wave we had going on there.
It was very cute.
That is a strong tripod being put up the front there by Sydney, but Comatose finds a way around it to pick up lead jammer for Perth.
But followed closely by Rampage out of the pack now as well.
Comatose, after you.
And called off for those 4 points by Comatose, putting Perth on the board.
Just trying All right, that is Yoshi out on the jammer line for Sydney. And fatality, I believe that is for Perth.
Yes. Yoshi taking that outside line for lead jammer.
Fatality also out of the pack for initial though. Oh, beautiful jump there by Yoshi.
Landing it and calling it off.
We have Perth on 4, Sydney on 4. Even Stevens so far. Alrighty, we have push in boots out for Sydney. I want to say maybe locomotives for Sydney. I mean Perth. Yes, it is locomotives.
Locomotives. But pushing boots out first. Both
Locomo-
jammers out.
Push in boots calling the jam. One sneaky point for Sydney there. Taking scores 2-5 versus 4. I think that is Shrek out on the jammer line for Perth now.
And Hodo from Sydney. Jammers working those lines in that washing machine of jammers.
And that is Shrek through for lead, but Hodo also completing initial.
And calling it off. Perth snagging 1 point there.
This could be an interesting game if it's anything like we've seen in these first few jams.
These first few very short jams.
Both teams just chipping away little at a time.
We've got Chakram on the line for Sydney.
And
Namazoom.
yeah, Namazoom. Not the best, no. I've done a few Perth games now, so I kind of know who I'm looking at. But Namazoom through for lead jammer.
I could see their little yellow skates just pop on through.
We've had a star pass to Mother Fuzzer on the Sydney side.
Namazoom coming through that end of the pack backwards and tapping their hips to call it off. for
Really
4
getting
points.
low there. I'm pretty sure I do not bend that way. Okay, we have Rampage out on the jammer line for Sydney.
Up against Comatose for Perth.
And Rampage is lead jammer, but Comatose not far behind. And Comatose for the shank, out for 4 points for Perth.
And Rampage calling that off.
Looks like 3 points there.
3 points.
Currently Perth ahead just a little bit, 13 versus Sydney's 8.
I'm enjoying how fast some of these packs are making our OPRs run around the outside.
Oh, that Sunstate Adelaide game before, that was really fast, some of those packs. They were running. All right, we have Fatality jamming for Perth and Yoshi for Sydney. And Yoshi is out for lead.
Fatality coming out of the pack there for their scoring pass as well.
Initial.
Initial, sorry. Got too excited.
Jam is called. 2 points there for Sydney, tightening those scores up again. Sydney 10 to Perth 13.
It's a very close game so far.
We've got Push in Boots back out on the jammer line for Sydney. I think Locomotives for Perth.
That is Locomotives. I'm getting used to what everyone is wearing today.
Those are some distinctive pants. That was some strong recycling there by the Perth defence.
We have one blocker from each side in the box at the moment, but these triangles are holding very, very strong.
But Push in Boots, 3 for lead jammer after about 45 seconds. Locomotives still looking for a way out of the pack. Push in Boots headed to the penalty box, so we'll now have a 2-minute jam. But we do only have 30 seconds left. Feels like less of a threat when it already took 45 seconds to get a lead jammer.
It really does.
That is initial pass for Locomotives completed.
Putting that star back on so they could score some points.
Looks like potentially just an unfortunate situation there for Locomotives. That is a non-reversible helmet cover, so the stars were on the inside, and the stars must be visible to pick up those points. For those of you on the live stream, we are running a different set of microphones today, so things are working a little bit better.
And you can hear both of us. Yay!
Okay, currently on track, we have Fatality lead jammer for Perth.
We've got Hodo fighting with the pack for their initial.
Fighting with the pack or just fighting with Logie?
Just Logie.
It's 4 points for Fatality.
Coming in with some O there and getting another 4-point pass for Fatality.
And Hodo's through for initial.
And calling that off there to make it a 12-point jam for Perth. Bringing the scores to 25 to 12. Still anyone's game.
10 minutes into this first half. We appreciate you on the live stream for bearing with us. This is the first time for the Southeast Queensland Derby community that we've done this hybrid in-house and live stream commentary situation. So it's taken a day to get the kinks out. That is Shockroom, currently on track jamming for Sydney.
And we've got Shrek out there for Perth.
Both teams putting up some really solid defensive walls.
So a lot of comms coming from those walls.
But it is Shrek through for lead jammer.
Chakram being dragged back there to the back of the pack. Recycled. But Shrek coming through for 4 points.
That was a solid collision there between Shrek and a Catfink. But Shrek is through for another 4. And it looks like they've had a star pass to surround pound for Sydney. But Shrek calls the jam. Score's getting a little bit of heart now. We've got Perth on 37 to Sydney on 12.
Lots of love for Shrek on the live stream there.
Love Shrek, both the movie and the jammer.
Oh, next up we have Rampage lining up against Comatose. Nasty calling the 5 seconds.
Everyone looked a little bit too eager to get going there, but live we are now. Comatose through for lead jammer for Perth. And that is 4 points picked up by Comatose.
The switch from offense to defense is really quick when Comatose is making their way around the track because those legs are just so long.
Absolutely. Comatose out for another 4. And Rampage out for initial, avoiding a last-ditch attempt by Peacock.
And Comatose calling off that jam.
We have Perth on 49 to Sydney 12. All right, that is Push in Boots out on the jammer line for Sydney.
And Nama Zoom for Perth.
Really enjoyed this pronunciation. Nama, the way it's written. It's great.
And Nama Zoom coming out around the outside line there.
Oh, Push in Boots taken down by Perth defense. I think that was once again Lodgy being a menace. And it looks like Push in Boots going to the bin for a cut track.
We have a power jam. No, Push in Boots is back on track.
That is a solid 2-wall there for Sydney out the front of the pack. Had another star pass to surround pound, now jamming for Sydney.
We've seen a lot of star passes this weekend.
Quite a few, quite a few.
It's just been one of the strategies people have been playing. I've enjoyed it. So that brings Perth to 55 with Sydney on 12. We're about halfway through the first half.
Time really does fly when you're having fun.
It does.
We've got Yoshi out on the jammer line for Sydney.
And
And
fatality.
I'm just learning to assume that if we can't see the jammer, it's probably fatality.
Both jammers out.
Fatality is lead.
And calling it.
That's till tomorrow.
Alrighty. Alrighty, that is Locomotives out for Perth and Hodo for Sydney.
Locomotives getting that lead there.
Hodo still looking for a way through the pack. Oh, Locomotives untouched around the outside, through for 4. And
Hodo hot on their heels.
that pack is looking to speed up. Strategically timed call off there by Locomotives. I'm loving this comment here. Shrek is showing everyone who's Swamp. Speaking of Shrek, they're back out on the jammer line.
They are up against Chakram for Sydney.
Both teams putting up some solid walls here.
Chakram, one of the OG Sydney Derby players who has been at the club since 2014.
That is a long time. And Shrek is through, proving that she is indeed an all-star.
But being caught by this 2-wall by Sydney at the back of the pack.
That looks like Rainbow Smash and maybe Dr. Hoo-Hoo. Perth losing 2 blockers to the penalty box. So a bit of a pack advantage to Sydney currently. Shockroom is through for initial pass as Supernova gets sent to take a seat in the penalty box. Shrek coming through for another 4 points.
Perth blockers just holding Chakram down at the back of the pack there. Amazingly strong wall.
Looks like potentially a 12-point jam there for Shrek. 3 points for Sydney. Taking our scores to 74 Perth, Sydney 15.
I agree with some of the comments on the live streamer here that these walls are hectic. 40 seconds to lead is a long time to hold people off the line.
We've got Push in Boots back out jamming for Sydney and
Comatose out for Perth as lead.
Comatose back through around for 4 points.
Just slipping through like butter on toast.
See what you did there. Push in Boots is through for initial pass. And Comatose through for another 4 and calls the jam. Perth 82 to Sydney 15. About 10 minutes left in this first half.
And we've got Yoshi lining up from Sydney.
And fatality for Perth.
Fatality out for lead there.
The Yoshi quickly finding initial pass also.
Fatality calling that off
I did suspect that one was going to be a short jam.
I enjoyed the mid-air call off.
Thinking about calling off a jam. It's not always going to be elegant, but it's going to do the job.
All right, up next on our jammer line, we've got Hodo.
And that is Locomotives for Perth. I recognise those purple pants.
Ooh, and Hodo toe stopping up that outside line there to take lead.
Looks like a little bit of a tiny shirt whip there off a teeny too. Locomotives is out for initial. But Hodo calls the jam. 4 points for Sydney. So past everyone, but not out of the pack.
It's always nice when that happens.
It's like you did the work, you just didn't get to roam free and do it again.
But you got all the hips.
Looks like Chokram back out on the jammer line for Sydney. And Shrek
It is Shrek.
for Perth.
Got some nice O happening there on the Sydney pack to get Shrek out for lead. Oh, unfortunately, the O has been told to sit down, though. And he's headed to the box.
Chokram headed to the penalty box for a cut track. So currently it is a Perth power jam.
Oh, everyone getting on the floor for a second there.
Look, the floor is looking a bit slippery with the amount of bodies that have hit the floor this morning.
And Perth calling that one off after getting their blocker out of the box, meaning they'll start with a power jam.
Currently on the scoreboard, we've got Perth on 88 and 20 to Sydney.
And we've got Namazooms lining up behind the jammer line for Perth.
That pack is getting long, but Namazoom is out for lead for Perth. The power jam party is over. Chokram has returned to the track from the bin. Namazoom going for the apex jump, but just not quite making it.
Cat Finks, but got in the way.
That is the issue with apex jumps. We've had another star pass to surround pound, but Namazoom picks up another 4 points, then calls the jam. Perth 92, Sydney 20.
See that? Because
Getting one score, but not both at the same time.
Yeah, that's the problem. I was having a lot yesterday. I could only see half. Got about 5 minutes left of this first half.
and we've got Comatose lining up against Hodo on that jammer line.
Beautiful work down the inside line by Hodo, but Comatose is also pretty quickly out of the pack. Great jam for Hodo there, a quick call off. Taking Sydney to 24.
Shanking those 4 points.
Got Yoshi back out on the jammer line for Sydney.
And fatality for Perth. Our pack's being very fluid and dynamic on that jammer line, that start line.
And Fatality picks up the lead for Perth.
With Yoshi running up that apex to get out.
Running right
for
through
initial-
Flower. Fatality through, uncalling the jam.
I've done chest blocking with Yoshi. It's not fun.
I just don't find chess blocking fun in general. I am a butt through and through.
Brace, it doesn't matter. You always end up with chest blocking.
All right, after you. We've got Push in Boots jamming for Sydney and Locomotives out for Perth.
Both jammers getting hit out and recycled as these strong walls hold them back.
Locomotives through for lead jammer. We've had a star pass to Mother Fuzzer. No, Mother Fuzzer headed to the penalty box for a cut track. So it is currently a Locomotives power jam. Unsure where
Both
the
our
star
jam.
pass took place. So it looks like Push in Boots is in the bin as a jammer. So the star pass was not successful before the penalty. But they're both in blocker chairs, so I don't know what's going on. Oh no, it might be a jammer seat. Locomotive's got 4 points, by the way, while we were prattling on about penalties that may or may not have happened.
My brain took a little while to calculate what had just occurred, so thank you.
We have Push in Boots and
Mother
Mother Fuzzer
Fuzzer.
both returning to the track.
But unfortunately, Doctor Who going to sit down for Sydney.
Locomotives through for another 4 points for Perth. And again, Loco on fire this jam.
16 points so far.
Now we've had a successful star pass to Mother Fuzzer. Locomotives calling the jam. A 16-point jam in total. Perth cracking the century, 112 to Sydney 24. We've got time for one or two more jams in this first half. Ooh, we have an official review.
While we find out what's going on with this official review, don't forget that we have our raffle this weekend. It is going to be drawn tomorrow. There's some fantastic prizes in the raffle, including the prize that everybody keeps talking about, which is the Alice Badgett tattoo voucher. I'm just wondering if I can get a tattoo before I get on my flight home. I think considering the temperatures last night in Brisbane, I came here for a bit of sunshine and it was cold. I want to win the winter warmers pack. We came north to get some warmth and it didn't happen. I can see some blue skies out there today though, so hopefully we'll get some sunshine in. Also, remember that we've got our merch stores over there. The wonderful Sun State and BCR have some merch I can see. And Pirate City are holding up a shirt as well. Yay! Go and visit them, peruse their wares, and support Derby. I only brought carry-on. This is a very sad day for me. Do you do shipping? The officials are having a wonderful chat about what has happened, and we will hear shortly once they've made a decision. While our officials are deliberating, why don't we have a little shout out to them? Today we have the Rainbow Rhinos on this game, head refed by Roger Ramjet, with our on-skates officials being John Ref Kennedy, Sparkling Brute, Refany, Jim Peckable, Lex Lufa, Ray of Sunshine, with our head NSO being Fluky, and our other NSOs being Heart Nerd, Nasty Surprise, calling those 5 seconds to start our jams, Looper, Cassowary, Carla, Scrapple Pie, B-Rex, and Michaela. I would play you some thinking music, but unfortunately we cannot play any music during this time due to the live stream and possible copyright infringement. I believe we have a decision. And the refs are getting back in place. I believe we've got referees consulting.
So that was an unsuccessful official review for Perth. Perth were seeking a cut track, a low block penalty, sorry, on the previous Sydney jammer, but it was deemed that there was just not enough eyes to fully observe what had happened in that incident.
Our referees do have to see all parts of that impact to be able to call it. We're back on for some more derby.
That is Shockroom out on track for Sydney and Shrek for Perth.
It's just too far.
I'm not struggling more than
I believe the jam was called dead just then.
I think so too. Just everyone maybe getting a little too excited.
We've just got an official timeout. I'm enjoying the dancing skills from Shrek on the jam line there. I wish I could play you some music.
All right, here we go.
Both teams starting with one in the box. A strong suck back and hold from both triangles there. Dr. Hoo Hoo rejoining the Sydney wall.
That is some solid defense. Those jammers aren't going anywhere.
Or a lead. Nope.
Nothing, I think. Oh, no, there's a penalty.
And the Perth pivot for Sun headed to the box there for a penalty. But both jammers still stuck behind these walls.
I heard another penalty there. Yep, that is the Perth. Perth also losing a jammer for a forearms penalty. But we have a lead jammer in Chakram for Sydney.
Or a power jam. And sneaking up that outside, but calling it off. And getting all 4 points, I think. Yes, all 4 points.
So it'll be a power jam start for Yoshi for Sydney, with Shrek remaining in the penalty box.
But I think we might be going to intermission.
I'm enjoying Sydney's little poses for the camera.
I really enjoyed last night. I saw a picture of all the Sydney people watching back home and also giving the thumbs up to the screen. It was very cute.
Looks like we are indeed in halftime. Going into halftime, we have Perth on 114, leading Sydney on 28. We are going to cut to some music and we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
We've got about 20 seconds to some derby for the second half of this game.
I think the best comment we've had in the chat this game so far has been Shrek was riding an invisible donkey while dancing on the jam line.
Much appreciation on the live stream chat for the photo from Sydney with the thumbs up as well. And we're back on with a power jam start for Sydney.
And that is Push in Boots taking this power jam. It is Shrek in the penalty box for Perth.
Strong suck back from both packs there at the start of this jam.
That is a solid wall there of a Boop and a Storm.
That 2-wall from Perth holding Push in Boots right at the front of the pack.
Shrek is back on track from the penalty box. And Push in Boots is through for lead jammer. And Shrek has completed an initial pass. So I believe we have points going to both jammers at this point.
Shrek now out and scoring those 4 points, with Sydney calling it off.
We have Perth on 118 to Sydney on 31. That is Hodo out on the jammer line for Sydney.
And Comatose for Perth. Ooh, and those toe stops around the outside from Comatose to take lead.
But Hodo also completing initial pass.
And Comatose with an amazing apex jump there and calling it off for the 4 points. It's just like a little leap, really.
Oh, it was really smooth. Sydney 31 to Perth 122. I believe that is Yoshi out on the jammer line for Sydney currently.
And I believe it's Fatality for Perth.
Again with those run-ups. But it seems to work for Fatality, picking up lead jammer. But Yoshi also completes initial pass.
And Fatality calling it off, coming through hot on the pack there. Both teams not scoring points in that jam.
A pointless jam, if you will.
I'm sure it didn't feel pointless.
All right, that is Chokram out on the jammer line for Sydney.
And Namazoom for Perth. And Namazoom out for lead.
I'm finding it harder to spot Namazoom than I was yesterday when they weren't wearing nearly as a distinctive pair of pants.
Ooh, we've seen that bean dip around the outside, but being hit out by Sydney and recycled.
Meanwhile, Chokram pushing on that solid Perth wall. That is a Boop and Wazer. Namazoom being forced to yield. But is through.
With a star pass for Sydney.
That is surround pound now jamming.
And Namazoom calling it off.
Looks like some sneaky points snuck in there by surround pound.
That jam was a 7-point jam for Perth and a 3-point jam for Sydney.
Scores 129 to Perth to Sydney's 34.
Both teams starting with a standing blocker in the box. Your friends will be there shortly.
We've got Hodo on the jammer line for Sydney and Locomotives for Perth.
And Hodo up the inside there. Loves a toe stop up there, that inside line. Out for lead.
Locomotive is also completing initial pass. And that is Hodo through for 4 points. Locomotives also through for points. And we have Jam called for injury. So we're just going to go quiet for a little bit. Or neck or something like this. Bakery across the road from my house, and it's really good. It's like I didn't go there for coffee yesterday because I like get some wine, and then this morning they don't open until 8. I left the house before. Hopefully the place will be going the last 2 days is open tomorrow.
Oh yeah. How much shuts down around here on Friday?
It's weird in that like I'm like,
Oh really?
yeah, it's weird.
Okay.
Like with my first Labor Day up here, I was like, what do you mean the supermarket is shut?
Okay. Noted. Thank you. I would not have thought that.
Oh, and they also close at 6 on Sundays up here, so I'm just running on that too. Oh, these things I found out the hard way when I moved up here and like would come back from something and put my groceries. I'm like, what do you mean?
I think I'd want some snacks.
A lot like most cafes and stuff will be open.
I had a friend.
Fast food will be open.
Yeah.
there's one right near the airport that tends to be open all the time, even on public holidays.
Well, I haven't.
That's a Wolves.
I'm quite lucky in Marrickville. We've got one road is called Vietnam,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah. And Little Vietnam. Was really good. There was 2 butchers open. I went what roads.
Well, we got there was one Christmas day that like our car broke down on the way to Christmas lunch or something, and we managed to find like a Muslim owned garage that was open. Got our car fixed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, looks like the injured skater has left the track and we shall be back rolling shortly, I envisage.
And a shout out to our paramedics who are helping us out today and keeping us everyone safe.
Absolutely. Thankfully, they haven't had too much to do.
Don't everybody touch wood, please. Alright, so we've got 2 blockers in the First have a demo?
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, I can't see.
Looks like the last few officiating things before we can resume still being taken care of. While we're here, just a shout out to anyone looking for Pacific Invitational merch. You can order t-shirts through a t-shirt mill.
All right, lining up for Sydney, we've got Push-In Boots up against Shrek from Perth.
Shrek is through for lead jammer.
With Thorson headed to the box there. As our other Sydney blockers are being released. I believe there has been a star pass for Sydney.
I believe there has indeed. That is Teratoma
It is
now
Teratoma.
jamming. Shrek having a hard slog on that wall of Push-In Boots and Rainbow Smash. But Shrek is through for 4 points. Both teams currently down a blocker. Beautiful pass there by Shrek on the outside line. But Teratoma also out for initial pass.
Putting that star on so they can score points.
That was a solid hit out on Teratoma by Thorson.
Trying to push those hips through the very, very strong Perth wall.
Surprised I still have to consult my list considering how much of a menace I've seen Thorson being on track all weekend. But that is jam over. Pretty solid jam for Shrek there.
16-point jam for Shrek and a 3-point jam for Sydney.
Perth 153 to Sydney 45.
We have a zebra herd in the way of the score, so we are doing our best we can. And we're on again with Hodo lining up for Sydney and Comatose for Perth.
And Hodo running down the inside line for lead jammer for Sydney. Comatose headed to the penalty box. So it is a Hodo power jam. 4 points so far for Hodo. Hodo getting hit out and then calling the jam, looking like some fresh legs coming on to take on the rest of this power jam for Sydney.
Power jam start is very nice start to start with. And we've got Shakram lining up for Sydney.
Though no escape as the Sydney pivot is sitting in the penalty box. That is just a mush of blockers out there currently.
I think that's the term for them, a mush of blockers. Whatever it is, it's very strong.
That was a long run back for Comatose when returning to the track, but Comatose threw from the box for lead jammer.
I love a lead from the box. I was about to make a comment that the box was clear, but we do have Dr. Hoo headed back to the box for Sydney.
See, I just don't say anything about the bin like that because it always jinxes someone. So Surround Pound has the star currently, but is getting sent to the penalty box. So we'll have another. No, those turns have tabled. This time it is a power jam start for Perth.
With Fatality lining up there.
Staying with the pivot line start.
Yeah.
It's always interesting to see how different teams handle power jam starts. But Fatality through for lead jammer.
I enjoyed that both pivots had their toe stop on the pivot line to start, meaning everyone had to start behind their hips.
That is 4 points for Fatality. Perth losing a blocker to the penalty box. That is Logie. And Surround Pound being released from the penalty box.
But Fatality making another pass there for 4 points.
And no pass, no penalty there for Surround Pound, but it's all you really need to make initial, especially when lead has already been awarded.
Some fancy spin arounds there from Fatality.
That is another 4 points for Perth. A 12-point jam so far for Perth.
Flux Decapitator headed to the boxes, Sydney's pivot there.
Fatality calling the jam. We have Perth on 170, Sue Sydney on 52, and we have an official review being called. So I might duck in and see what that's about.
Go on in and have a chat. While our officials are having a chat, don't forget to grab your raffle tickets. A reminder that they're $5 per ticket or $20 for 5. I enjoyed yesterday people trying to peek into the sexy box to see what was included. While our refs are making a decision, and I'm waiting for my co-commentator, Purple Rain, to come back and tell us the tea. Don't forget to go and support our merch stalls. Our wonderful legs that have travelled and brought their merch. Some even has crossed the Pacific. Is it the Pacific? I'm really bad at oceans. Check out Pirate City's merch, Sun State's merch, BCR's merch, and support your local derby. Some clarification there as our head referee is delivering the outcome of the official review. And we get back underway.
Okay, so Sydney were reviewing a back block penalty on the Perth jammer for the previous jam, but it was deemed that no illegal contact had happened intentionally. So the official review was not successful. And now we have Namazoom out for Perth as lead jammer. Yoshi also completing initial pass for Sydney. What a seamless transition that was.
Such a seamless transition, but in that time we had 4 blockers head to the box.
It is a party in the bin. 4 points for Namazoom and 4 points for Yoshi.
I'd like to say it's easier with less people on the track, but these 2 walls are so strong.
And when the other team is also down, it doesn't help.
And Namazoom calling that off. But not before shanking that last 4 points.
So we've got Perth sitting on 178 to Sydney on 60.
Both teams getting 8 points in that last jam.
Little under 17 minutes left.
And we've got Shrek lining up against Hodo for this next jam.
I think there was a very, very brief official timeout in the middle there, but we are now live, and Shrek is lead jammer.
Oh, been sneaking up that inside for 4 points.
And Hodo completing initial pass for Sydney.
The pack getting past, but Perth calling that off there. And getting 7 points for that jam.
We have Push in Boots out on the jammer line for Sydney.
And Comatose for Perth. I'm enjoying the fluid and dynamicness of this pack start situation. Just adjusting to whatever the jammers are going to throw at them.
Push in Boots picking up lead jammer for Sydney. But Comatose quickly out of the pack also. There's a lot happening at the back of the pack at the end of that jam there, but the jam was called. 2 points there for Sydney, taking them to 62. Perth on 185.
And we're halfway through the second half now. What a quick game.
It has really flown by.
And we've got Fatality lining up for Perth.
And that is Yoshi out for Sydney. Beautiful work there by Yoshi to pick up the lead. Jammer for Sydney.
Not without Tio doing some one-on-one blocking right at the front.
Fatality is out for initial pass for Perth.
Teratoma headed to the box there for a multiplayer.
That is 4 points being picked up by Yoshi, but Fatality also picking up 4 points. And a Perth pivot headed to the bin too. So a couple of blockers down on both teams.
A beautiful recycle there by Mother Fuzzer.
Sydney
All the way
losing
back.
another blocker to the bin.
That would be Rainbow Smash.
And Perth also losing another blocker to the bin. That is Logie, I believe.
Does everybody just want a little sit down?
I think just a little rest, little reset.
I don't blame them. It's been a very hard game.
Great pass there by Yoshi for another 4 points.
Nice little apex jump leap. They make it look so seamless.
Meanwhile, Fatality getting run all the way back by Mother Fuzzer. Really got to be careful with that name. One day I'm going to slip up. And that is 4 points for Fatality. We have a few things happening on the ground there. I'm not sure what's going on, so we're gonna be quiet. So if we could get a medic, please.
Could we please?
Oh, sorry, I turned it down. No, they're on it. They're on it. I was like, can we get a medic, please? Let's see what happened. I love that. Yeah. All right, Yoshi is back up. Seeing some demand in the chat for a Push in Boots versus Shrek jam to keep things in theme. I would love to see that happen.
Just a little movie lineup, you know? Makes it fun for us. Maybe not fun for them.
We have a Chakram lining up on the jammer line for Sydney against Locomotives for Perth.
Once again, the blockers are all up at that pivot line.
It's a place to be.
It's a pivot line party.
Looks like still a few officials going ons happening. So I guess I'll take this moment to plug the raffle. Tickets are $5 or for $20 you can get 5 tickets. There's some great prizes there. A bond pack, a tattoo voucher, the sexy box.
And we're back on with Locomotives fighting up the front of this pack against Surround Pound. One-on-one blocking there.
That pack got long, but Locomotives is out for lead. Some great footwork happening from Locomotives.
The Perth pivot Thorson headed to the box there for a penalty.
Hearing all kinds of little squeaks and oohs and ohs from the skaters on track. Locomotives is through for 4 points as Shockroom completes initial pass. And Locomotive is going to the penalty box for a back block. So this shall be a 2-minute jam now.
With a positive power jam for Sydney. Shockroom being recycled to the back of the pack there, but pushing their way through.
There's a bit of a washing machine of Perth defence. Got to say, that combination of Boop, Thorson and Flower, it's not one I would particularly enjoy going up against.
No, thank you.
But Locomotives is back on track, but the jam has now ended. We have Perth cracking the 200, 201 to Sydney 81. Oh, 204, sorry. There was a 3 last-minute points awarded there.
With just over 10 minutes left on the clock. We've got Comatose and Hodo lining up with both jammers on with hands on hips. They mean business. But Comatose popping through the front of the pack.
Hodo also completing initial pass. Jam being called. 1 little point in there for Perth.
With nil points for Sydney.
Alrighty, we have Push in Boots out on track against Number Zoom for Perth.
Push in Boots working those toe stops.
That was excellent defense there by Boop and sends Push in Boots to the penalty box. So this is now a power jam for Number Zoom.
And Namazoom is out and gaining lead.
Great pass there around the outside for Number Zoom, picking up 4 points.
That bean dip was very tasty.
We would like some corn chips for that bean dip.
Ali Chewed and Surround Pound at the front of the pack, giving Namazoon some work to get through, but getting through for another 4 points.
Push in Boots is back on track and has completed an initial in no time at all. And looks like Push in Boots is through for 4 points.
I have just heard the referees say that there is no lead for this.
Number Zoom has now headed to the penalty box for a cut track, so now there is definitely no lead.
So we're in for the full 2-minute jam. With 20
That'll
seconds
be
left on the
help
clock.
wind down our clock with our final 7 minutes. But this jam is almost over. That is 2 minutes up. After that effort, we have Perth on 217 to Sydney 87.
I enjoyed just booping people out of the track at the end there.
It's an appropriate name.
All right, we have Hodo lining up for Sydney.
And number Zoom remaining in the bin from the previous jam. So currently it's a Hodo power jam. And Hodo picks up lead for Sydney. And Hodo through for 4 points.
Namazoom also out of the pack for their initial.
And, Hodo now headed to the penalty box. So we'll have another 2-minute jam on our hands.
So we currently have a power jam for Perth. Namazoom just sneaking up that apex there for 4 points.
About 50 seconds left in this jam. Oh, Namazoom almost through, but then just hitting the deck and then getting run back by Rainbow Smash.
Rainbow Smash is actually my B team coach, and I have a lot of love for them.
So we've got a bit of a mush on the far side of the track. So we're not allowed to, we're not able to give you much information at this point.
But
We can tell you Namazoom is back in the bin and 4 points being picked up by Hodo.
I feel like they're just playing a game of switcheroo here now.
It is just musical chairs in the penalty box in those jammer seats right now.
There is a shout out on the live stream to Lex Lufa for the great ref pun and for keeping things clean.
We are big fans of Lex Luthor in these parts, otherwise known as RPG. And I believe that is an official review, I heard.
And Rain will run into the middle there and find out all the tea. We appreciate your service. While we're having this little break for our referees to deliberate, don't forget to get your raffle tickets. It's going to be drawn tomorrow, I believe, after game 2. I want to know what's in the Get Creative pack. I also am quite a fan of a murder mystery, and there is a murder mystery pack. I once did a murder mystery for my birthday, and it got a little loose. We went off script. We do have about 4 minutes left of this game today, but up next we do have Adelaide versus Pirate City, so stick around for this next game. I believe our refs have made a decision, and we will get that very shortly once Rain returns.
Alrighty, so Perth were querying the cut track penalty issued to jammer number 86. They believe that the skater who initiated the contact from Sydney also went out of bounds, and as such, the jammer did not need to yield, but the refs disagreed and the call stands.
So they will lose that official review. Chakram for Sydney being called lead, but being sucked back in by one-on-one blocking at the front of the Perth pack.
That was Dawson, as always, being a menace, but getting sent to the penalty box on this occasion.
Being joined by Flux Decapitator from Sydney in the box.
We have Chakram through for points and Namazoom out for initial. But Chakram calls the jam. Perth 225 to Sydney on 99.
That's my number. Everybody drink.
And we have 3 minutes-ish left in this game.
Ooh, some smiling jammers on the jammer line.
That is Push in Boots up against Comatose.
That strong suck back from the both packs there. Just taking all the speed from the jammers.
There's a lot of
Comatose-
whistles.
Comatose?
Comatose out for lead, and I think Push in Boots in the bin, so it's a power jam for Perth. Comatose through for 4 points. All right, we've got Comatose through for another 4 as Push in Boots returns from the penalty box.
And through the Perth pack now, Push in Boots making their initial.
That is jam called.
A 12-point jam for Perth.
That was a solid effort. Taking Perth to 237 to Sydney's 99. We have a Sydney team timeout currently. For those of you interested, our 3 p.m. game here coming up next will be Adelaide Roller Derby Ads versus Pirate City Rollers Pirate Union.
I have been really enjoying Sydney's little calls there at the end of their timeouts. All right, up next we have Yoshi
versus Shrek. Ooh, and Shrek through for lead jammer for Perth. Yoshi also out of the pack though. I feel like at this rate we are having another jam, and my spidey senses were correct with Shrek calling the jam.
Such a fast jam.
No points for Sydney. Looks like maybe some ref maths happening on the Perth side of things.
3 points for Perth.
240 Perth versus Sydney 99. Time for one more jam at least.
And we've got Hodo lining up against Comatose.
Oh, Hodo, great work down the inside line, but Comatose declared lead jammer. This is intense. We may yet get another jam.
We may.
Comatose getting hit to the inside of the track.
Almost into the refs.
The Comatose is out and through for 4 points.
With Hodo being recycled back.
Our period clock has timed out, so this will be the final jam of the game.
Those Perth blockers at the front. Hodo attempting to call it, but being told that they are not lead.
It was a very tricky one because both jammers emerged from the pack at about the same time. So in those situations, it's kind of just who calls it first. It's 4 points awarded to Hodo. Comatose calling the jam. We have Perth 247 to Sydney 107 as our unofficial final score.
That jam taking Sydney over the 100 mark.
We are just waiting on that rolling whistle. But what great work by both teams. The scores not reflecting the efforts on the track.
A fantastically strong game of derby played today. Lots of love for both teams on the live stream chat. We will wait for the rolling whistle from Nasty.
Looks like some score-keeping maths happening. And there is that rolling whistle. Official final scores, Perth 247 to Sydney 107. I have been Purple Rain.
And I have been Winosaur.
Thank you for joining us. And as mentioned before, coming up soon, we will have Adelaide Roller Derby ads versus Pirate City Rollers Pirate Union.